Hello, you guys. I wanted to have a chill session. I know it's a Monday night, but I still wanted to chill. Hey, I am Simon. I still wanted to kick back and relax. Hi, that guy from Texas. I don't really have much that I want to talk about. The thing is, hi, think for yourself. The thing is, I'm not really editing videos until around next weekend. And I have some pretty interesting videos coming. But I don't know about you guys, but it's just been like a lot. And I feel like I just want to relax. I just want to chill out. So I figured, let's have a chill session. Because it's been a while. I feel like I don't have these as often anymore. And really, I feel like only the people who've been on my channel for over a year really know how often we used to have chill sessions. I feel like we had them almost like once a week. So yeah, I kind of want to bring that back, the relaxation station. So the goal of the chill session is for us to relax. Although the past 2 chill sessions I've had, I feel like you guys don't know how to relax. Like you guys don't actually know how not to have serious conversations. And the conversations always get not so chill. So hopefully today we can truly just not, get too deep with the conversation. We can keep it relaxed. I'm like obsessed with lemonade, you guys. Honestly, I can't have lemons or lemon juice in my house because I will just make myself cup after cup after cup of lemonade. I actually don't buy juice or soda or anything like that for my house because I don't have any willpower. If there's anything in my house other than water, I will never drink water. I will literally like only drink junk. So I made a blueberry, a sour cream blueberry pound cake with lemon frosting, and I have some lemon juice left from when I made the lemon cream cheese frosting, mind you. I tell you, that cake was epic. That cake lasted less than 24 hours in my house. But in our defense, like half the cake I'm sending to somebody, I made the cake batter, which it was cream cheese batter, so it was very fluffy. It really almost filled my KitchenAid mixer all the way up. Oh, do you need that recipe? I will give it to you. Do you really want the recipe, princess? Because I'll give it to you. It was like 1 8-ounce pack of cream cheese. It was a pound cake. So, there's like a pound of everything. But the exception was the butter changed because of the cream cheese. So it was like 1 8-ounce pack of cream cheese, 1 1/2 cup of butter, 6 eggs, 3 cups of flour, 3 cups of sugar. I put 2 teaspoons of vanilla, but you can do like 1 or 2 teaspoons of vanilla. That's the whole recipe. Just add the ingredients slowly. Make sure it gets beat up really well. And then bomb icing, just 5 cups of powdered sugar, a pack, like an 8-ounce pack of cream cheese, and a 1.5 teaspoons of vanilla, and 2 tablespoons of lemon juice. It's the business, let me tell you. That cake was, and then because it's blueberries, like that's plain, but then you can add like 2 cups of fresh blueberries. Blueberry cream cheese pound cake. When I tell you that cake was epic, it's all gone. I really have to prevent people from eating the cake that I'm sending because I'm mailing the cake off overseas. Y'all, I will never make another type of pound cake. I never made pound cake until recently because Mr. asked for one. Oh, but that pound cake was so good. Y'all, it was the devil. The pound cake is the devil. I literally can't make it all the time. I think the next cake I'm making is a carrot cake because I think my son wants a carrot cake. It was amazing. It was bomb. You should make it. You'll love it.
Well, hello there, Irene.
Hey, Pierre said, is lemonade just lemon juice and sugar? Yeah, it's lemon juice, honey, or sugar and water. Really. Do you know, Dark, what are those tablets called? They have these tablets that make things that are sour taste sweet. It's a fruit, but they sell it like in tablet form. What are they called? They really work. Like I probably need to buy myself some of these. Javier, what are those tablets called that make things taste sweet?
Wait.
What are they called? Who? Bear holder?
Wait, I've never heard of them.
What are they called? Yeah, you know how it's like a fruit, but you can buy it in a tablet and it makes everything taste like it has sugar in it? Wait, what is it called? Oh, miracle berries. Oh my gosh, y'all, I'm deaf. I'm going deaf in my old age, you guys. It's so sad. I'm literally yelling up to the third floor trying to get him to answer my question, but I can't hear. So they're called miracle berries. So the fruit there's a fruit, or if you don't want the fruit, you can buy these little tablets. And honestly, if you are like me and you have an issue with sugar, you could eat a lemon and it tastes like candy. I really should get myself some of these tablets because I have a problem with sugar. Like, to be perfectly honest with you guys, I could not eat food all day long. I could have like no food and just drink lemonade all day long and just not actually eat solid food. And I could go on like that for days. It's really pathetic. It's a problem. That's why I only keep water in my house.
I wish that I knew more edible plants. Because I feel like most people in America, or maybe this is just me, I feel like most people in America don't know like that there are other fruits besides like apples, lemons, limes, and like oranges and all that sort of stuff. Because like I fail to conceptualize any fruit that aren't like the standard American eaten fruits. Like there's this one fruit from like I don't know where in South America. I think it's big in Brazil or something like that. It's like this big spiky fruit. Like it's huge. Wait, hold on. Let me.
Oh yeah. What are they called? I know what you're talking about. I can't think of what they're called right now though. But you can buy them smaller. You can get them in Chinatown. Is there a Chinatown where you live?
No.
Oh.
Oh, it's durian fruit.
Yeah, durian. It's not good though. Well, I mean, I don't like it, but you can get them in Chinatown.
Yeah, they smell horrible from what I hear. Like
yeah, I don't like them.
Yeah, there's durian fruit, and then there's like a big red one too, and it's like it's
Dragon
literally
fruit?
like I don't know. Wait, let me see.
Oh,
No. No, like it's massive. Like it can feed an entire village. Like it's completely gigantic. Like it's the size of a dinner table. Right,
Chocolate Cat said jackfruit.
All right, let me see.
No.
Trying to find it.
Some things are pretty to look at, but they're not really delicious to eat.
Yeah, like there's so many berries and so many different types of fruit, and a lot of them don't look very appetizing. What I feel like America did, they just took the most appetizing looking ones and then that's the ones that became like the main diet of America?
Well, I think we took the ones that were the most durable and long lasting. So in America, we tend to sell fruit that is durable, like it can be banged around a lot and it keeps for a long time. So I think that's why the fruits we get are the fruits we get. And also with mass production and like those kind of like super farms, what do they call them? They don't call them super farms, but super farms, like where they grow like tons of the same food over and over, it kind of creates a system where we're always eating the same stuff, like the same meats, the same fruits, the same everything. It's hard to get anything. It's hard to get anything different. Meanwhile, did I tell you guys I had a birthday? Y'all, you guys, maybe you don't know. My birthday is in August. And this year, earlier today when I went live and I was like live on my phone, and being old and senile as I am, I can't work my own phone. So my camera kept like flipping all over the house. You guys may have saw that there was like this really tall thing in a piece of plastic. It's a rug. And I just haven't laid it out in my dining room yet. But for my birthday, y'all, I did something, and I should have started this. Why did it take me to the ripe old age of a million years to realize that I should stop letting people pick my birthday presents? You know, like when you grow up, people pick your birthday presents and we're told to be grateful and stuff like that. But by the time you get my age, like, it gets frustrating to get a gift I don't want and then to have to be gracious about that gift. Like the older you get, like the less you care. You know what I mean? About like you feel comfortable dispensing with the niceties. So this year I picked all my presents, and then I have presents I wasn't even expecting. So I am old, that guy from Texas. I really am. Like the kid I was just yelling at is 25. Y'all, I'm up there. So
How old's your oldest again?
25.
Interesting.
You and him are about the same age. How old are you, Dark?
22.
You're 22? Yeah. So like you could be my baby too. You're close to the age of the son under him. So you literally could be my child, Dark Prophet. Like I could have birthed you into this world and raised you.
I don't believe you.
I mean, you're younger than my oldest child by some years.
I mean, fair, but I mean, I'm disagreeing because you don't look like you're. I feel like you had kids young, like relatively young.
I mean, it depends. I got married when I was around 20. So I think that I definitely had children younger than I think a lot of people have them. But yeah. I'm just old.
Yeah, because I vaguely remember that you said you got married at like 21, and I think if I remember correct, you know what? I'm not gonna do the math. I'm not gonna do the math because I think I can figure out.
But I already said I was 100 years old. I literally just said that. So now that I've said that, I'm going to tell you guys all the things I got for my birthday and how now mind you, this is a chill session. So these conversations are not going to be deep. They're just going to be relaxing. So for my birthday, first of all, I'm going stir crazy because I'm stuck in the house. And typically for my birthday, like at least once a year. And last year, we went to the islands and I got that nasty sunburn. That was for my birthday, right? And so for me, I was like, this year we couldn't really do anything. Like he looked at some trips, but I don't think he was fully comfortable with taking them. And I really wasn't, because you don't know what's going to be open, what people's policies are. It's really kind of a pain going out because you have to wear a mask in so many places. And honestly, y'all, I'm not trying to do all that. I'm not trying to wear a mask. I don't really want to be bothered. Honestly, I got caught out on my birthday when I went out, literally the day of my birthday. I took my daughter out because my mother was also born in August, and my eldest daughter is born in August. And my mother and I, every single year, she would take me out and spoil me for my birthday, even into my adult life. So all birthdays I spent with my mom. But you guys know I lost my mom. She died of cancer like 3 years ago. So, well, 4 years now. So this year I took my daughter out, but Mr. took me out before my birthday because he had to go out of town the day before my birthday, y'all. And I threw a tantrum, like an actual fit, like, you know, a well-behaved fit, because I'm not going to disrespect him, but I threw a fit. And he ended up getting me a piece of furniture that I have been wanting. He was like, you have too much furniture. Like, he's like, it's too much furniture. It's not his style of furniture. Like, he likes really contemporary stuff. And you guys, I like this kind of mess. I mean, you guys have seen my house. I mean, those of you who have been in my vlog channel see my house. Like, I like more gaudy, like ornately carved wood and stuff like that, and a lot of earth tones and stuff like that. So he was like, there's like too much furniture. Now, mind you, I'm a little person, you guys. So I'm only 5'2", and I'm a pretty tiny woman. I don't know if you guys can tell that on camera, but I'm like super small. If you go to my vlog channel, you'll see that I'm like a small person. So to me, maneuvering around my giant furniture, and remember when I told you guys when I got this place, I thought it said it was 2,000 square feet. So ever since my mom died, you know, we've been bouncing, like going from house to house. So I was in Texas. The house in Texas is 4,000 square feet. I like the furniture I like, so I take my furniture with me. When I looked at this house, it said it was 2,000 square feet. And I was thinking, okay, the house in California, not the one, I don't know if you guys saw me in that house, but like this second house in California is about 2,000 square feet, right? So I'm like, all the furniture will fit in this house or whatever. Well, as it turns out, that's not true. All the furniture didn't fit in the house because they lied about the square footage. Even though this place is 3 stories, the rooms are small, and I'm pretty sure they're counting like the bathrooms, the hallways. They have to be counting the closets. I don't know where they came up with this square footage. But my furniture is big furniture, right? So anyway, long story short, he was saying it's a lot of furniture already. And I was like, I really want a console table. And it's this beautiful, I'll show it over on my vlog channel when it finally gets here, because it hasn't been delivered yet. So that was his present to me, was this beautifully carved, I mean, the carving on it is so stunning. Console table for the dining room. And then my son got me a Waterford biscuit barrel. Like, I don't know if you guys know what a biscuit barrel is, but I like to keep nuts and stuff in my room. And it's like a crystal jar with a lid, basically. Roses, a new dining room rug, because the movers walked all over and muddied up my old dining room rug, and I had not purchased a new one yet. What else was it? Some decorations for my bathroom. Like, I just wanted to replace some pieces that were in my bathroom. Like some things like that. I don't know, y'all. I'm old. I'm an introverted person, and I spend a lot.
You're becoming a hoarder. You're starting to become a hoarder, like my mom.
What'd you say?
You're becoming a hoarder. Like, y'all get more and more furniture.
Have you seen my house though?
I've seen your house. I've seen your house. That's what I'm saying. Like, you'll probably start putting furniture in the kids' room. Like, you know what? This won't be too bad. And you're like, huh? How you know,
really, no, but really though, I turned the downstairs. I don't know what they call it when it's downstairs. I guess it's not called a foyer when it's not in your entryway. But I turned that little like square area in the hall into like a gaming area with like chairs and a game table. And,
right.
And Lawrence was like, what are you doing? Why why are you putting furniture in this area? I was like, because it'll give them like another sitting area. But if you guys have been to my vlog channel, you know I'm not anywhere close to a hoarder. I just have a lot of large furniture. I feel like I have to defend myself.
I don't have.
My
I'm not
house
a
is
hoarder. I
beautiful.
just keep everything I own.
Would you ever be interested in like getting like an outside bench or like a little garden or something like that?
Not here, not at this house, because the weather doesn't permit. There's a forest behind my house, so not here.
Right.
Wait, you said a forest behind your house?
There's a forest.
Mm-hmm. But
There's-
my mom wanted a pond. She wanted we had to go get a pond and everything. And I was like, you better be sitting outside reading that Bible at that pond, woman.
So at the house in California, we had a koi pond, and then a water feature, like a fountain in the front.
Wait, how many houses do you have again, Irene?
My birthday was good, R. Thank you. It was epic. I got all the presents I wanted. Like I handpicked my presents. My son just gave me his credit card and he was just like, order the stuff. I told him what I wanted and he was just like, buy the stuff. I mean, this was what I was going to tell you guys. So then I took my daughter out to dinner. That's why I went through this long story about my mom. So then on my actual birthday, I went out with my daughter, my eldest daughter, just she and I, because our birthdays are both in August. And I took her to this, we were going to either do hibachi, which I think I'm going to take my 5-year-old to hibachi because y'all, he's so cute. He always is making me pretend hibachi because he's so into the hibachi stuff. Or I was like, or I could take you to this restaurant that my sister really didn't like because she felt like she didn't like the clarified butter and she didn't like the lobster and this and that. Like it wasn't her type of food. But my daughter is a little bit snobby. So she was like, no, I want to go to this other restaurant, right? So I end up taking her to this really posh restaurant. I'll show it on my vlog channel. And she had like rack of lamb. I had like lobster. We both had lobster mac and cheese. I had a bottle of champagne, which the restaurant ended up comping to me because in my clarified butter, there was this really tiny, and when I say tiny, but my eyesight is like better than 20/20, it was a really, really itty bitty, teeny tiny spider in my clarified butter. So they comped my whole bottle of champagne, oysters. And then when I was there, one of my friends called and he was like, he texted, he was like, happy birthday. And I was like, oh, hey, thanks so much. I'm glad you remembered. And I said, Elizabeth and I are racking up a $300 bill. And so he sent me the money for the meal. I was like, this is going really well for me. When I tell you my birthday was so perfect, I got all the presents I wanted. I got my dinner paid for. I got my champagne comped. I mean, I got taken out by Mr. I got to spend the day out with my daughter. My presents are still coming because, everything had to be ordered. So it's like a birthday every few days. I get like a present in the mail. I love crystal. I got a beautiful crystal piece. Y'all, it was epic. My birthday was epic. I loved it. I'm so happy. I'm still geeked off my birthday and August is over.
I'll buy you a hairdryer. I think like the one I have in my house. I'll buy you a hairdryer.
My Cash App is for Irene Yvette, the number 4.
You sure didn't hesitate on that one,
She was quick on that one.
There's a hairdryer I want. It's like a $350 dryer. So if you want to contribute to my hairdryer cause.
Wait. You know the one I'm talking about, the one I have at home. I love that hairdryer. I don't ever go outside anymore.
Wait.
But all right, I'll send the one that the one I have, Irene, the one I have for my head. Yeah. So that way you can just have your own little boutique stuff. My mom likes do you like going to the thrift store? My mom likes the thrift store. Like, I think that's an old people thing, the thrift store. Do y'all like the thrift store shopping?
I like the thrift store. I like it for getting books and stuff.
All right.
Wait, is it me or is it him?
Can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah. What's up, Dark?
I don't know if
Happy
it's.
belated R.
I think I
Sorry.
was lagging just now. Was it?
I was a little bit in and
I
out.
think
I
I
don't know
was-
what happened, but I just know like my mom likes the thrift
Wait,
store. I
wait.
usually take her there. That's like Toys R Us for my mom and women. It's thrift store shopping. I don't know why they like the thrift store and furniture. Just a thing, you know. I think that's a pretty good thing. Would you ever think about getting a shed? Would you ever think about getting a shed so you can house your furniture?
No, because I keep all my furniture in my house.
You look like you're running out of space.
Yeah, that's what Mister was saying. It's a lot. It's a lot of furniture. But here's the thing. I told him the furniture is not the problem. The house is the problem. So if we just move the furniture into a larger house, we won't have these problems. And honestly, when I left the house in Texas, because it was 4,000 square feet and we downsized, I got rid of like 2 living room sets. So I actually have less furniture now than ever, but my console table is beautiful and y'all will see it on my vlog channel. This thing is gorgeous. I cannot be shamed away from this. It's gorgeous. It's gonna go right under here. I'll show you guys where it's gonna go. Not that you guys care. The women might care. The men don't care, but whatever. You're a part of it now. Hold on.
Okay, I was having. Oh, I'll wait till she comes back.
I'm trying to figure out how to show you guys, but I don't think I can. Anyway, I don't think I can. I don't want to pick up my whole computer. Okay, I can't show you. Anyway, it's going to be over on the other side of the room.
I think I will compromise and get you a picture. Pictures can't take up too much spaces.
Ooh, there's a picture I want too.
How do you already know what you want? That is crazy.
Oh, when you go up to the 3rd floor, there's like a landing. You know how the staircases go up and then there's a landing and then they go up a different direction?
Yeah.
And on that landing, the wall is really tall. And I want to put a picture there. So you can give me 1 or 2 pictures. One of the pictures is actually rather inexpensive for its size. It's like $550. And the other picture is like $130. And that's going to go into one of the other rooms. So you can pick either one and you can get me that for my birthday.
See what I'm saying?
Also,
See what I'm saying? And
BMT
she says it with like not even blinking her eye. Like she was like, the $550 one, it's not that bad.
Okay, R is a
She didn't
Leo.
even blink her eye.
If you guys know Leos, you know that we like presents. Don't offer me a present because I will take a present. Okay. Don't even play around about you're going to give me a present because first of all, I'm not going to forget. Second of all, I'm going to take the present.
Also,
I like presents.
Also, BMT, women always know what they want. They're just waiting for an opportunity to get it. But speaking of hair stuff, I had to look it up, right? For the fellas out here, just bought this like a week ago, and I am adamant that this is one of the best things I have ever purchased in my entire life. It's a grooming kit called the Nozama Cordless Hair Trimmer 11-in-1. That's one of the best things I've ever paid for. Like, it has all different types of attachments. You can do almost anything with it. You can line yourself, you can shave yourself, you can do all kinds of stuff with it. It comes with 6 different heads and a barber smock and like body shavers and all that. It's fantastic. And it only costs like $29.
Okay, I don't think you should shave your body with anything that only costs $30. So dark.
No, like it was. Well, I got it off of a flash deal, but no, it's pretty good. Like it's actually very good.
What is it called? I'm Googling it.
I'll
BMT, I want my present.
Oh, wait, I'll link it. I'll link the Amazon link in the chat. Hold on 1 second. Like full price is like $40, but I caught it on like a flash sale. Like it's
I mean, it looks pretty.
like flash sales are apparently a thing on Amazon. So like for
They are.
minutes out of the day. Yeah. So like you have to
Oh,
catch
this is
it.
on
Like
Amazon Prime,
yeah, I got it on
but it's not
Amazon.
Prime though.
Hmm?
I said it's just not through Amazon Prime. It's just through like a
Oh
seller.
no. Well, I'm not sure, but like I know that well that was like the first time I ever
Well,
caught
you're
one.
looking at it too.
Yeah, like that was the first time I ever
looking at it too. She said it has a 4.5 star rating.
Yeah, like it was the first time I've ever caught one. Like I was looking up shavers because I was buying a whole bunch of stuff for like my studio and all that. So I bought a new keyboard, a new mouse, a new fan for my laptop, and what else? Oh yeah, while I was buying stuff, I saw this because I've been meaning to get another shaver because my old shaver broke, and I've been using like head clippers, and that's been doing a real dingy job. So I was like, you know what? While I'm ordering stuff, I'm gonna look for a trimmer, and I was gonna just quick buy a what's it called? What's that real popular? I can't remember the name of it. It's like a real popular barber brand or something.
I don't know. I don't know
I
anything
remember
about
the name.
that.
Yeah, and I was just gonna quick buy one of those, right? Like, oh yeah, this one's like $19. I'm gonna just get this one. It's like the Amazon's choice or whatever. The first thing that popped up when I typed in electric shavers, right? And then I was like, you know what? I'm a firm believer in looking for and paying for what you want the first time because I noticed that if you buy the cheap stuff, it costs you more in the long run
True.
because you're going to just keep rebuying the same thing. So I looked for like 5 minutes, and then like the page refreshes, and it has like this box on the right side, right? And it's
Mhm.
like flash deal, Nozama cordless hair trimmer, 11 in 1. I was like, that's $29, but I guess it looks like it's got a lot of bang for your buck. So I bought it.
You're
And I
so
was like,
cute. You thought $29 was expensive?
no, oh yeah, sort of.
Aw. But
I
you're
mean,
only 23, so that
22.
makes sense.
But I mean, yes and no. Like I feel like it's expensive for something that I'm just like impulse buying cuz I'm not going to say I'm frugal, but something like that, if that makes any sense. Like I believe in spending money on the stuff that I want, if that makes any sense. Like I'll spend like $200 on a coat or whatever.
I think
But
men are like that. Like, I think all men are like that because Mr. thinks it's okay to spend hundreds of dollars on some things, but he thinks me buying purses is silly. So,
yeah, it was kind of sort of one of those things where I was like, do I really want to spend $30 when there's like a $20 one that's like right there? But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just buy it and see if I like it. And I bought it the day it came in. I was like, this is fantastic. This is wonderful. Like I actually feel like I'm in an ad, right? Like I actually felt like I was in a commercial
I
for
can't do it.
cable. Like because okay, I'll say like this, right? I like I like to have facial hair because like when I have the what's you call it, 5 o'clock shadow type. When I have that 5 o'clock
I
shadow
think
type
all
thing.
men should have facial hair. Facial hair and body hair, just hair. Men, you guys grow hair in places that it doesn't grow on us. And I think that is extremely attractive. Just hair everywhere. Good.
Trust me, Irene, I know very well. But
Hair is attractive. So you like to have hair on your face.
oh yeah. So I have like a mix of Spaniard and like Arabic facial hair, if that makes any sense. Because like my
No, I don't know
mustache.
what that means because all men's facial hair is wiry.
Well, no. So every man has different facial hair and like different beard
Wait,
patterns.
no back. Wait a second. No back hair? Why
Back
not?
hair.
What's wrong with back hair? First of all, I'll say this. I will pull on body hair. Mister has hair on his chest, but he doesn't have a lot. Like, I wish he was like a whole bear. Like, I would love that. But he has just like a little bit of hair on his chest. But I don't care. Back hair, that's even more manly. Like, the fact that men can grow hair, I don't want to personally grow hair in these places. But I like when men start looking so the polar opposite of me. It makes me feel more feminine to be next to somebody where it's like, oh my gosh, there's like hair growing out of your back. That's hot. That is extremely attractive. I will yank on that hair and everything. That is the business. You're totally wrong about that. Meanwhile, who said did I cut my hair? Oh yeah, I did cut my hair. Okay. So I cut almost a foot of hair off of my head. Hold on. So my hair is only this long now. In the back, it's like to the middle of my back. But I mean, it's growing back, you know, but for the most part, yeah, I cut my hair. Where am I at? Oh yeah. Yeah, I cut it. But it's growing back. It was one of those I've been locked up in quarantine for too long. Cut all my hair off. And what's crazy is, y'all, I cut almost a foot of hair off of my head, and Mister didn't even notice. It was like a week. And my daughters and I were like giggling, like, would he notice? Would he ever notice that my hair was gone? And he didn't notice. And then when I told him, I was like, do you not notice anything different about me? Like, we get in the shower and my hair is like damn near touching my bottom, and now it's like barely halfway up down my back, and like, that's not a difference to you. And you know what? He didn't notice. But after I told him, he was really upset about it. And he was like, don't ever cut your hair again. But I was like, what? Dude, you didn't even notice that anything had occurred. So it's really weird. And I didn't say anything about it here on YouTube. But yeah, but I did cut it. I was just going through something.
Hey,
I was going crazy, being locked up in the house and having an issue. Oh, yeah. And I got bangs too. Look.
Hey.
Although they grew out a little bit.
Hey, Malcolm. Yeah, it was Wall clippers. That's what it was. Since I've been.
Is that the brand?
Yeah, that's what I've been using those for a long time until I stopped cutting my hair. But yeah, it was Wall, but I couldn't remember the name of it off the top of my head. But I think these clippers are much better. Also, going on the body hair thing, right? I guess it's because I'm still young, but I don't have much like body hair on like my chest or anything. But like I have really abnormally hairy legs apparently. And nah, my facial hair is really like the more hair that I have. But
you have hairy legs.
Something like that. Apparently,
you know, I don't grow hair on my legs. I don't grow hair on my legs, and I really don't grow it like on my arm. I mean, I have some, it's just almost non-existent. I have more body hair now than I ever did in my life, but it's like almost no body hair. So I don't shave anything. I don't shave my underarms. I don't shave my legs because I have no hair in those areas. I just don't grow hair there. I feel like, I think that's pretty common with Black. Well, maybe it's just common with me, but I feel like a lot of Black people actually Black women don't really grow body hair like that, because I don't.
Well,
You don't shave your legs, do you? Just men, let your legs be hairy. Like it's really attractive to just have hair on your body.
I don't shave my hair, The most shaving I really do is anyway, the most shaving I do is my face and other parts that
I don't
have,
want to know about your intimate shavings.
yes.
But I
Anyway,
will say, because we're all adults here, I don't like when adults make themselves look prepubescent. Like there should be some hair there. Like you should not look like you haven't hit puberty. I think it's kind of disgusting for people. And I know lots of women go bare, but like I don't think your penis area and vagina area should look like a little kid's. Like there should be something that indicates you're grown. Ergo hair. So I think like a cute little shape, or for guys, like maybe clean up around the scrotum area and like at the shaft, like the where the shaft meets your body, like clean that area up a little. Women like do the lips and have like a nice little landing strip or a heart or flower or whatever you want to put down there. But I just don't think like taking everything off. I think it's to get people attracted to a look of the private area that is like a child. Maybe I'm hypersensitive to it because I'm a mother. So I'm like, looks like a little kid. But I just think I don't like that.
one Titan is funny. Nah, Street Wild Man.
Oh my God.
But
Oh my goodness.
seriously though, you guys, any male in the chat should definitely try out that shaver that I linked in the chat, because it really helps your hair grow better too. Like it actually has made my beard hair grow in better. Like it's really
Like thicker?
well, I don't know if I would say thicker because my beard is already pretty thick, but like it grows in, I can't really describe it, but it grows in smoother and more even. Like it's, I don't know how to describe it, but like it comes with different.
But by even you mean thicker? Like
mean,
maybe it was sparse in some parts and like
no. So no. That's what I was kind of explaining earlier, because I don't know if you've ever seen like a Spaniard's beard, but like I mean not beard, like Spaniard's mustache, but my mustache grows in a bit like a Spaniard or an Indian, and my beard kind of grows like an Arab.
I don't even know what that means.
Okay, so wait, let me see. Let me find a picture. Let me see here.
You're about to show us a picture?
No, I'm not about to show a picture of me.
Oh.
No. But
It might be a generational thing, Ox Music. I think now, generationally, right now, that people are encouraging pedophilia. And I think a lot of people do Brazilian waxes because of pornography. And clearly anything that they're doing in a porno should not be something we're emulating in real life. But for pornographic purposes, I feel like people have gotten used to seeing everybody clean like they're a child. And we're carrying that into like our real lives. I don't know, like y'all, I'm weird though. Like I'm not like, I'm uptight about stuff like that. I don't know. I'm just real careful when it comes to stuff like that. So I think it is like generational too. But I think also we don't have discussions about the implications of encouraging people to be attracted to.
Wait, let me see. I don't know if you can click on link addresses from YouTube to like Google Pictures, but barring
thank you, Bullet Scotty Network. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but barring the white people hair, this is literally the exact like geez, it's too long to fit in the text box. Let me see here. I don't know how to link it. Like the link is way too long for the text box. But I found a guy that has like my exact facial hair pattern. But the link
You should show your face.
No, because No, I already explained that one because
But we've seen you on here before. You're like literally on video on my channel.
I mean, yeah, but it's on a private video.
Oh, is that video private now?
I'm pretty sure. I can't remember which one it was, but I'm pretty sure it's private because you private all of the ones that like you have guests on. You typically private those. So
Well, it's not because I have guests. I private all my lives now because I'm trying to keep my content really streamlined. And thank you so much for. Does anyone else like a little hair on a women's lower legs? I don't know. I don't think women's legs look good hairy. Men's legs, yes. Now, I can understand shaving your legs if you're a woman, especially if you're very hairy. And even your arms and your underarms. Only because of the clothes that we wear. Like, I don't think it's as... Hair is attractive on men. Like, hair everywhere is attractive on men. But I feel like most, not Black women. Now, I do know that women who are not Black, they tend to grow hair like men, like long hair all over. And I think they have to do a lot more grooming stuff than Black women do. But hi, Daryl. Wax your arms. Wax your arms if you're overly hairy, then yeah, please do wax your arms. Really? Yeah, please do. Can I talk about the WAP music video? I did that on my membership page. But in short, what do I think about the WAP? This is a chill session, so I don't want to like, what is the banging? Has somebody fallen out of bed? Okay. It's a chill session, so I don't want to make it unchill by like getting into like those kind of topics. But what I'll say is, yeah, Malcolm, actually, yeah, Greek, Italian women, Spanish women, yeah, they get real crazy hairy. They start looking like whole different people when they don't have their treatments. It's like, whoa, whoa. They look like a whole different beast. But essentially what I think about the WAP video is it is interesting that it's interesting to see women promoting misogyny. That's what I'll say. It's interesting to see women promoting misogyny. Now, here's the thing. I can relate to a lot of what they were saying in the video. I mean, obviously, wetness is important for sexual pleasure. Obviously, you know, it's sexy to be roughed up a little bit in bed. Like all of those things, like we're adults, we understand that. It's not like we're unfamiliar with the concepts. Heck, I even thought some of the outfits were cute, but they're cute for in your bedroom with your husband, right? They're not cute for a music video. There was nothing empowering about that at all, right? And there was nothing empowering about being a song that repetitively says, you know, that there are whores in this house. There are whores in this house. It's like, nobody wants to be called a hoe. This new thing where people call women bitches and hoochies and hoes and like it's supposed to be okay, and you know it's like saying girlfriend to somebody. Is not like saying girlfriend. Don't call me a hoe. Don't call me a bitch. Don't call me a hoochie. Don't call me what is some other thing? Slut. Like trying to like there's nothing empowering about being called those words. There's nothing cute about that video at all. Like I did not and not because like like I said, I can relate to what was being said to a point, but even the idea, you guys know that I agree with the concept of I agree that men should be providers, but What I don't agree with is, you know, he's going to pay my tuition just to basically kiss me on my vagina. I don't believe that women trade their bodies as whores. I don't think we can equate trading access to your body for gifts and money, which is being a whore, to being in a committed relationship where you play a role and the man plays the role and his role is just being a provider. So I just think, you know, it was what it was. Entertainment is meant to propagandize. Black women are heavily sexualized. Our bodies are already the source of so much ridicule and judgment. And I was talking about this earlier today. This is something that I've suffered from on YouTube, being ridiculed and judged for my body or for not being modest enough, or being policed, and literally being treated as if I did do a video like WAP. Black women are judged heavily that way, but I don't think a misogynistic video is any less misogynistic if a bunch of women create it. And overall, it was just vile and disgusting. Those are things that are perfectly fine in the confines of your private life. But as far as like just outing this stuff to the world and, you know, bragging on your wet vagina and, you know, who's going to give you tuition money to kiss you on your wet vagina, which is really funny is she's not even in school anymore. First and foremost,
Did she ever go
took a break. She was in school, but she's not anymore. Do you know what I mean? So like this doesn't even relate to her life at this point. All this extra stuff, I don't know. And then when I found out she's only your age.
Wait, who?
Not Cardi B, but Megan Thee Stallion. She's only like 23. She's a baby. When I realized she was a baby, I was even more upset. I'm like, she is a baby out here. Like, that's somebody's daughter. That's a child, damn near. And to my eyes, people your age are children. Do you know what I mean? Oof. That just really made me sad. That just was, then I was like, well, this is even worse. I thought she was grown. You know what I mean? I thought she was a grown, I mean, I know 23 is a grown woman, you know, but I thought she was like a whole woman out here. She's like 23 years old, which is unfortunate. When she strips off all that makeup and stuff, she looks like a child. She looks like what she is. The persona that was in that video, like I just wasn't really feeling it. But okay, 25, yeah. She's a baby. She's just a baby.
I disappeared for a bit because I don't have a camera set up, so I had to get my camera. And
oh, we're about to see Dark Prophet.
So I had to wrap my head because my hair looks completely asinine right now.
Well, Cora, it depends on who you are and how old you are. I have a 25-year-old child. So that's like me looking at my child engaging in some very lewd sexual behavior. So again, maybe to some people, 25, 22, 20, whatever is not a kid. To me, those are children. You know, Mr. teaches people that age. His students are that age. So I suppose it's like where you are in your life and how old you are, how you view people that age. If I could have given birth and raised you and you could be my child, you're a child to me. That would be like me sexualizing somebody that is literally my son's age. That would be like if I sexualized Dark Prophet right now. If I was like pushing up on him right now, it would be inappropriate. So that made me look at that video in a whole new light, because at that point, this is somebody that could be my child. I would never want to see one of my daughters or my son engaged in that kind of lewd sexual behavior. I would be uncomfortable, right? And so for me, just me, Irene, 25 is a child. I wouldn't date a 25-year-old. I wouldn't have sex with one. I would strangle somebody if I brought them over to a dinner party at my house and they tried to pick up my son, somebody my age. I would kill somebody. So when I look at it from that perspective, it's wholly inappropriate. And like I said, when she strips off all that makeup and puts on some regular clothes that a 25-year-old college student would wear, a little hoodie and some jeans, she looks like what she is, which is basically just out of childhood, just fresh out of childhood. So yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but that's just, you know, that's just my thing. Yeah, Malcolm, you understand what I'm saying. That's just my vibe. And don't get me wrong, when I go out with my son, people think we are a couple, or people his age have hit on me. I could never. So when I see that stuff, I definitely am like, yeah, that's not appropriate. But I mean, peddling this whoredom on women and equating being a whore to being liberated, that's the new wave of things. Like, that's what they're peddling. That's what they're pushing.
Let me see here.
I think a 25-year-old could have kids. A 25-year-old could have children. But let me put it this way. A 25-year-old wouldn't get me pregnant. So a 25-year-old can have children with somebody age appropriate.
This is a
But as far as me sexualizing a 25-year-old, or somebody my age sexualizing a 25-year-old, that would be a problem in my eyes. Like, I definitely think that it's okay to date younger. I mean, Mr. is 10 years older than me, but there's like a limit to that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a line. Like, if you were a whole adult in college when this person was not even thought of in their mother's womb, that's probably a person you shouldn't be sleeping with. I would not date a 27-year-old. No. I would not date anybody. I would not date anybody that close to my child's age. I would never do it.
This is a very interesting conversation.
Why?
No, it's just I'm not used to having these conversations. So let me see here. I'm still setting stuff up because now you've compelled me to.
Or, a 14-year-old could get pregnant. Do you know what I mean? Women are fertile before that, but fertile and who should be having kids are totally different things. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not feeling Marcus marrying the 19-year-old. Who is Marcus? Blessed with melanin and dimples.
Oh, Marcus was Marcus is that guy from, wait, what was it? Was he the guy that played Steve Urkel or something? He was on one of them shows.
I don't know. How old is he?
90s. Like he was from the 90s. Like he was one of those Steve Urkel types.
But how old is he?
Like 38 or something.
38 with the 19-year-old? I say that he's probably a pedophile and he went as young as he could legally go. He went as young as he could go. Some men are like that. Some women are like that. Some people are like that. They pray as low as they can go. How close can I go without going to jail? Do you know what I mean? How young of a person can I have sex with before I get locked up? And as low as they can go, if they can find somebody who will bite, that's what they're going to have sex with. But again, I think a lot of this comes down to pornography. Do you know what I'm saying? I think a lot of this comes down to pornography, in that when you have pornography that makes it salacious, like barely legal, 18, you know what I mean? Pornography where, there's teddy bears in and the girls are underdeveloped to look really young, then people get a taste for that look, right? And so people start to fetishize having sex with people. When you say barely legal, what you mean is it's practically a child. That's what barely legal means. It means practically a child, almost somebody you could not have sex with. Ooh, that's a turn on. That's a sick person. You couldn't be at my house. You wouldn't get invited to the dinner party because I don't need any weirdos like that around my children. I would feel uncomfortable if I were a 19-year-old woman. I would feel uncomfortable marrying somebody like that, because when I gave birth to my children, or if my little nieces and nephews or cousins would come over, I would be concerned about how they would view them. right? Because if you want to screw a 19-year-old, what's the big difference between 16 and 19? 15 and 19. That's real close.
That's an
Close.
interesting point.
So, you know, if that body turns you on, the 15-year-old body might turn you on. Well, at that point, we can't be around each other. Because, you know me, I think you got to kill people like that. I really do. I feel like you have to kill people who have unnatural desires like that. Like, you've gotten too freaky. Like, I like a little freakiness, but like after a certain level of freaky, you got to start killing people because their minds aren't right. You can never fix that kind of stuff.
I'm setting up this camera, and it's like a 4K camera, and it's showing like every single like bump and scratch. Well, I think I can manage. Hold on, I'm getting a whole setup here because
Well, I'll say 33 is not 20 or 19. You know, 33 is not 20 or 19.
Wait, what? What's about 33?
Somebody was saying he's 33 and he likes older women. 33 isn't 20. So, yeah. Right, Malcolm. I agree with you. And actually, that's something that I teach my son too, is, you know, there's a lot of people in this world who will allow you to do stuff to them or who will go along with your desires. But the mark of a person who's a really good person is that you don't take advantage of every single situation just because you can take advantage of it, right? Being able to do something and making the choice not to do it, I think speaks to a person's character. There are all kinds of people who will let you use them, run over them, sexually exploit them, all of those things. There's all kinds of people who will allow that, but you just can't take advantage of people because they'll let you. You know, that's no kind of a person. That's a twisted person. I think good people, they protect people who are not willing to protect themselves. There are some people who are unwilling to protect themselves and make good choices for themselves. And I think good and bad people are really separated by who will protect a person who doesn't care enough about themselves to protect themselves. Do you know what I mean? Some of us will just run them into the dirt. You're going to give me all your money? You're ready to put up your house? You want to be my hoe? You want to sleep with me? You know what I mean? And my friend, you know, can we run a train on you? You know what I mean? Like, you want to do these drugs? Like, some of us will literally, as far as a person will let us drag them, we will drag them. We'll take them all the way down the road. How much do you want to give? Because that's how much I'm taking. We don't know when to say no. I agree, Malcolm. There really is. I didn't have a career in show business, but when I was with my first husband, he worked in the music industry, and I didn't like 99% of the people. I didn't like them. It wasn't my vibe. I didn't find them to be good people.
Speaking of the music industry, I sure could use some help with that. But I'm just on it, or maybe not. But speaking of which, I've been a little bit away from the laptop. I've heard everything you're saying, but I have a whole setup. Like, when I finish setting it up, I'm gonna show you the setup, because yeah, I basically, I'm in the kitchen right now. Like, I'm in my mom's kitchen, and I basically took my whole setup out of my room and brought it all to the kitchen. So it's like a whole studio thing. So I'll just like show you guys what it is when I finish. But
Okay.
continue.
Okay, the suspense. We're gonna see. I've seen you once. I've only seen Dark Prophet once, but it looks like we're gonna see him again. I've been pretty good, Aaron. You guys, I've just been working. You know that I teach the social studies class over at Ziax, and it looks like this year I'll be teaching a few other classes. And I lost my curriculum. I lost essentially my textbook that I wrote last year, and I've been rewriting it. And so that's just taken up a lot of my time. But school starts on the 8th, and I'll be getting like into a schedule, but I just had to stop and take a step back because obviously this is very important and I wanted to be ready for the school year. And so my days have been, I mean, I lost hundreds of pages of work. Now I've got like 4 or 5 copies of it, so this won't happen again, but it was pretty, I was pretty stressed. I've gotten a hold of myself. Like I told myself, I'm not writing anymore before the school year starts. I'm going to revise the textbooks for the lower level classes that I don't teach. And I'll just update them as the school year goes on. But I really had to like put a rein on myself because I was stressing myself out. So you guys haven't really seen me on here, and I haven't posted any videos because I was like, oh my gosh, what am I going to teach? I lost everything. But I mean, I'm working it out, but I was stressed. If you guys are on my membership page or my Patreon, you guys know because I've shared the book as I've been writing it, and I kind of cried to you guys over this happening, but I just didn't come and say anything like openly on YouTube about it. But yeah, so that's where I've been. I was literally working on it, and I was like 300 and something pages deep, and my computer shut off. And when I turned my computer on, it was gone. Like it was there, but when I opened it, it was blank. Every page gone. I wanted to die in that moment, and I just shook it off. I tried to retrieve it. I found several copies. They were all blank, and I just started writing again. And I've been doing that ever since. It's been like my life. Oh, I guess, oh, you think so, Daryl? I guess quarantine would save people a lot of money. I could see that. I always invested in making my house comfortable, and all quarantine showed me is that I was right to do that, because I know a lot of people who don't keep their house like really nice because they're always gone. Like I have a friend and all he does is travel and work. So he doesn't really care what his house looks like, but I know he was not too happy being stuck in that house during quarantine. Whereas me, I am a homebody. And so I always try to have my house be maximally comfortable. So quarantine, I was like, oh, plus all the stuff we were doing it anyway. Like I was homeschooling anyway. You know, I was like, we were already doing a lot of that stuff anyway. So nothing changed. So Darius, I don't think I'm going to sell it. QButter was saying he really wanted to make the materials available online for free so that people in our community could have them and be empowered to teach their own children. So I think that's ultimately what's going to happen with it, is it will be free. Me personally, when I finish the pre-college textbook, well, by the time this year is over, I'll have a pre-college textbook, a 7th through 10th textbook, a K-1 textbook, and a 2 through 6 textbook. So there will be 4. That's 4, right? I hope I counted that right. 5. My goal is that all 5 of those books will be available to all of you. And then the second year version of those books will be worked on next year. So the books from next year will be different, but for the same grade levels. So that because it's done in blocks, so that, for example, there'll be 3 years worth of books for each grade level, or 2 years worth for the lower level, the lowest level. But I would hope that eventually you guys will be able to access all those for free. And if you have children or grandchildren or nieces and nephews, that you guys will be able to teach from those books. And my members and my Patreon members have already seen the book that I'm working on now for this year, the pre-college version. So yeah, that's what I'm hoping. And I probably would have sold them. Like, I'm gonna keep it real because it's a lot of work. But it was Q Butter who was like, he just wants to be able to make this stuff available for free to the community. And when he explained how he saw it, I was compelled to agree with him. I was like, you know what? Yeah, I definitely see education and knowledge is a huge thing. Having an Afro-centered textbook, a history book at that, to propagandize our youth is like a huge thing. So I had to kind of roll with it. Yeah, I have a lot of respect for him too. He works really hard, and I have a lot of respect for him too. I completely agree. So the school year starting this year, I think he's getting a second building. There's supposed to be, twice the number of children in the institute. And yeah, so it's such a good thing. I'm so happy to be able to help out in any way that I can. So it's pretty dope, y'all. It's pretty dope. So that's where I've been, right? That's where I've been.
Hold on, I'm trying to see if I might need to restart the not restart, but refresh the stream.
Okay.
Because it's not coming up, but it came up last time.
This is like the longest unveiling ever. I told him to come on camera, and here we are 30 years later.
Well, to be fair,
99.9 years later.
To be fair, I didn't have all the time to get dolled up like you did, Irene.
I'm not dolled up. What are you talking about? I am in a house t-shirt and a pair of nothing.
Okay, well, you just wake
up. Well, I mean, I have shorts on. I don't mean a pair of nothing, like nothing, really.
Well,
I'm wearing clothes, y'all. Like,
well, yeah, you just wake up like this. I have to get
Hi, Aaron.
Hey, what's up, Irene?
Hold on. I'm gonna refresh the page. You might need to take me back in.
Well.
Okay.
Well, I'm holding up. I'm just dealing with some stuff,
Good stuff?
Well, I just recently had a passing in my family, my older sister, a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. She went on to be with the Lord, But at the time, still hurts to not have her down here physically.
Yeah. Isn't that the hardest part? Like, that they are in a better place. Like, to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord, right? For those of us who believe, but the pain of losing them, like that part, just not having them physically there with you, it is hard to cope with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I appreciate it. We're just getting stuff ready for her. She was she's not suffering no more. And she had a lot of things she was dealing with, a lot of ailments and stuff like that. But she doesn't have to worry about that no more.
Yeah, I know exactly what that's like. When my mom, because she got diagnosed with cancer and she died 4 months later, and she just got so sick, it was painful to watch her suffer. Like, you would just have to leave and just be in tears and just hurt to watch somebody be in that much pain and going through so much. So the end to their suffering is definitely something that makes you feel relieved. It feels almost bad to say, sometimes, but you don't want to watch anybody go through that and have to live that way. So it is almost like a respite. But I'm imagining that you learned a lot through that situation. It's hard to be a part of something like that and it not change you as a person. So
yeah, I mean, she was the oldest I'm the second oldest of 5 children my mom had, and I was like the second and the firstborn son. And so we spent a lot of time together, even as kids. She used to change my diapers, stuff like that. And she told me in the last conversation we had, she told me that even though mom might have had me, that I was her baby. So
Aw, that's so sweet. Yeah, that's a close relationship. I'm sorry.
yeah, I know.
But
we'll see each
after
other.
it, well, it won't stop hurting. But after the salt in the wound type sting has come off of it, I think you'll be able to look back and it'll just be a lot of fond memories that bring you joy, right? More than pain.
Right. And be honest, I don't know how long it's gonna take to grieve and mourn. I mean, it just happened. I'm sure eventually I may grow out of it. I might not. I don't know. I mean, but just keep me in your prayers.
I'm definitely
My
gonna
family.
pray for you. Trust me, it will hurt, but it won't hurt with the consistency it does now with time. Because I know, like with my mother, in the beginning, I just was sad all the time. It just hurt all the time. Like everything hurt. Losing her hurt, remembering her suffering hurt, like the unexpectedness of it hurt, like just everything hurt, right?
My
But then
condolences.
go ahead.
My condolences.
Yeah. But after time, it would only be happy memories, except for in those moments where you were like, man, if my mom was here, and you'll probably have those moments too, like if my sister was here, she would say this, we would do that, or I wouldn't have to worry about that, especially when it's a person that you can depend on, that's like part of your support system. That can change your life drastically, because then you have to figure out like what's going to be, how do I fill this hole of support, like the support I would have had. I know that was a big thing for me, is my mom she could solve like any problem. And oh, sorry, Dark. She could solve like any problem. And after I lost her, I had to think about who was going to be my ride or die support system.
Right.
Who was going to have that kind of like level of unconditional love for me. So I'm sure you'll suffer that kind of loss too, but
Right.
Okay.
I'm going to pray for you. It's going to be okay.
Thank you, Irene. Appreciate your kind words.
So I had to put a do-rag on because I was not quite prepped to be have face cam on. But if I can, I would love to show you the setup.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. It took me a while to get this straight. I'm not sure.
Oh my gosh, your mom is so flipping cute. Is that like hanging onions and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so cute. I feel like I know your mom looking at her kitchen. I feel like you can tell a lot about a woman from her kitchen.
Yeah, she used to have a lot more stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, so, Dark is he's brown skin. Well, dark skin. I mean, I don't know.
So
I have to get used to saying brown skin, because I consider brown skin people dark skin, but I know I won't start the battle today, y'all. I won't go there.
Wait, so what's the difference between brown skin and dark skin?
I don't think there's a difference, but I promise you there is a difference in some people's mind. I feel like we are dark skinned, but
I'm not sure I can show the light, but that's like a studio light. And that's camera stand. And this is my microphone and my left.
Oh my gosh, you're doing the absolute most over there.
Yeah, no, and this isn't even really half the stuff, but it was all of the bare necessities for me to get this stuff up and running.
Bare necessities? Okay, I don't even have any of that.
Well, see,
I mean, I have a
is that a gaming laptop?
yeah. So
See, I tell you, something smart. You go live from that.
my channel used to be like a gaming channel. Wait, I didn't quite set the camera up right. Hold on.
Neely, what are you talking about?
Let me see. Boom. Wait.
What's
something's
true,
going
Neely?
wrong.
Oh yeah, Malcolm, that's kind. I agree. Y'all, why are we up? I'm about to make myself another cup of lemonade. Messing around with y'all. Yes, I am.
I don't like being on live and having my head wrapped. But
Well, take your
the
head
things
wrap.
we do,
Who told you to wear it?
no. The things we
Why
do
not?
for Irene. Because no. Like I said, my hairline messed up right now. So nah.
Everybody's hairline is messed up right now. Except for Mr. I'm gonna tell you, Mr. will find a way out of no way. He'll find a barber to chop him up. Because he's not about to be out here.
Also, I like the Indian look. Yeah. But wait.
Look at us, all these generations. Hi, Chaos.
Wait, I'm trying to show. I don't think I can show it from that far. But
From as far as you are away from the as far as you are away from the camera, nobody's gonna be able to tell what your hairline looks like anyway.
That's not true. But I was gonna show a close up on the beard.
Okay, we'll do it.
Because that was how this whole thing came up in the first place. I don't know.
Yes, because he said a Spanish beard, and I wanted to know what is a Spanish beard. Because from what I know, all men have wiry hair on their faces.
The beard isn't. The mustache is more Spaniard, but the beard is more like Arab looking. Wait, is my camera going flickering? Wait, hold on. Is it still working? Okay, yeah. Wait. So.
Does your mom use a lot of tomatoes when she cooks?
Wait, I'm trying to get the camera to work because it's hard to, wait. It's kind of hard to angle it.
Why is it so short?
Short? What's short?
Yeah, why isn't it fuller?
Because I cut it down like that so I could have the 5 o'clock thing, remember?
Malcolm said it could be worse. You could have no hairline.
Right,
Malcolm, are you mandatorily bald? I know some men who have testosterone that's so high that they start going bald, so they just shave all their hair off. It's like not even an option. It's like, oh, this testosterone has dictated I'll have no hair.
But I'm trying to get it to, because
You're trying to show its texture, but it really does just look like you have a 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah, because, okay, so I'm going to say.
Is that the vibe you're going for? That's the look you want?
Yeah, pretty much, at least right now.
Oh, I think you should grow it out.
So basically, wait, screw it. Because I angled the camera, but when I put it back, the angle's different. But what was I about to say? Yeah. Oh, okay. So the camera setting, in order to use it for like live streams, you have to set it to movie mode, right? And movie mode doesn't have autofocus. So it's hard to show close-ups when you're using movie mode on the camera. So I couldn't really get it. Okay, so like you know how a camera's, well, no, like this is a camera. It's not a webcam. It's a like a studio camera. So like when you,
I know what he's talking about.
so when you focus,
I'm glad you know, because I sure don't know.
Yeah, so when you focus it, like whatever it's focused on can get blurry if it's not focused properly. So it's hard to show close-ups when you don't have it focused.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at Malcolm and his commentary about his hairline.
Wait, I'm not in the general chat. Hold on.
Basically, the best way to shoot
Malcolm's funny. He said
If
his
you do a
hairline
video-
started receding so fast you could almost see it in real time. Hi, Andrew.
if you're shooting something like a video, you want to probably shoot in 1080p or 30 frames per second. That's the typical video mode. Like 4K is mostly reserved for cinematic mode, which is 24 frames per second. So if you're shooting it like a camera, like I don't know what kind of camera do you have?
A Canon EOS 80, I think.
Okay, yeah. So sounds like your typical point and shoot video camera. So yeah, you want to probably shoot that in 1080p. That's the typical video shooting mode. I know people want to go for 4K because I mean it's the thing now, but you're probably using a lot of files too with 4K.
Yeah, so like that's my problem right now because I typically do things in 1080 60 FPS as opposed to 1080 30 FPS, which okay,
Yes.
I'll put it like this, right? Like when you're recording like game files and all the other stuff at 60 FPS, it turns from like, let's say 10 gigabytes per hour to like 40. So the problem I have right now is that I had to restart my computer. Like I had to factory reset my computer like 2 or 3 ago. So that means I had a terabyte worth of space. I have a 2 terabyte hard drive, but like all of the stuff that I kept was like a terabyte. So I had a terabyte or so.
Is it an SSD drive or HDD drive?
It's a HDD.
Yeah, so you basically have moving parts. So that's a disk drive. So yeah, be careful with that because you don't want it to crash.
Oh yeah, so I have an external drive that I keep most of my video files on because all of my space really goes to video files.
Right.
So yeah, because I don't really have anything else to do with my space. I have 4 terabytes total, and I don't really have anything else to do with it.
Turbo
I think we just lost that.
something. He said, get a decent DSLR and you can do 4K at 60 FPS. Whatever that means. So I just want to throw that into this nonsensical conversation.
60 frames per second means it's the number.
I don't understand what y'all are talking about. I'm lost.
We see. So FPS is frames per second. But 60 frames per second is usually reserved for doing things in slow motion.
I know. I was like, well, this might be a good time for me to go make my lemonade because I don't know what they're talking about right now.
Are we speaking Greek to you right now?
I use my Mac, or I use my phone, or I use this little camera that attaches to my Mac and a mic that attaches to my Mac, and I call it a day. And honestly, I only use a camera and a mic because Tommy Sotomayor basically made me do it. Because otherwise, I wouldn't even be doing that.
Were we speaking Greek to you just now?
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I did understand about the hard drives, though. I don't know what a terabyte is, but I understand the idea of an external hard drive.
Yeah, a terabyte is a unit of space and storage. When you have a terabyte, that means you have lots of space to store stuff.
Because I have an external hard drive, so I get that part. I didn't buy it, though. I think mine might be a terabyte.
Like a terabyte is roughly 1,000 gigabytes, but that's like, because it's more or less about like 960, if I'm
Are you talking
Yeah,
about
a
terabyte?
terabyte. Yeah,
A
a terabyte is
yeah.
about 960 gigabytes. Like the rough estimate is 1,000, but in actuality,
Yeah,
it's
it's
not.
roughly over close to 999
Doing
gigabytes.
it.
Yeah,
What's up, Chaos?
one like that is like 999 something. That's roughly.
Well, see, not necessarily because of the way that the multiplication works. So
Hey,
basically,
have some lemonade.
it goes from bits,
Bring the lemon juice
kilobits
over
to
here.
megabits to
No, I have this.
gigabits to terabits.
I have one of the crystal glasses.
But you're right. It's something they go by multiples. So multiples, it will not give you like exact terabyte because if you multiply something, it won't be exact. I remember something in like microcontrols. They talked about that.
Well,
Shout
yeah, I
out to
can't
Chaos.
remember exactly how much it is, but
I'll take a fourth of a cup of sugar and my
We
glass
hear you.
filled up with water.
By the way, Irene, we hear you.
Up here. I know you didn't. Yeah, what's up? What you doing?
I started having my daughter make me lemonade, y'all. I'm not even worried about. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I want to say
You're putting people to sleep, except for the men. All the men are very fascinated by this conversation. I don't.
Let me say something, Irene.
cars,
Irene.
wait, 8-cylinder engines, mud riding, and hunting.
What?
I was just doing like random guy stuff to put all of the women back to sleep.
Oh, okay.
Hey, let me ask the fellas this question. Probably Irene, you could answer this too. Since Mr. Boswick has transitioned over the weekend, I wonder who's going to replace T'Challa. Because they're going to have Avengers. They're going to have Panther Part 2, regardless of what people say.
Oh, I mean, Black Panther had beautiful visuals, but I no comment on Black Panther because I don't want to be attacked by the mob.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about just the comic book type. I'm not talking about all that other extra stuff. The program, all that stuff. People should know that already. Nothing really real fun on this shit.
I don't know anything about Black Panther, the comic. The men might have something to say about this. I have no idea.
Yeah, that's to say the men. Yes, any men.
I have to practice looking into the camera because I'm trying to look at you guys, but proper technique is to look into the camera. So I'm trying to.
To answer your question, Chaos, I don't think they should.
I said I want who's going to be the replacement actor for T'Challa now, because they're gonna still go through with Black Panther in production part 2.
They might do some CGI type of stuff for him, like they did with what was that last film? They where the main actor lost his life. They might CGI him in.
I mean, well, that depends. Were they filming? Were they already start production with this film?
I'm not sure. I'm thinking that they already did.
No, I'm not hearing nothing that they start production. I mean, hearing rumor, but I didn't hear if it start going away because when they
were shooting one of the Fast and Furious films, and when Paul Walker lost his life, they were still in the middle of shooting one of the Fast and Furious movies, and they just CGI him in some of the scenes.
Oh yeah, but
it depends how much he was in it, because the CGI just him alone. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they can still get away with it if they already start filming. Yeah, they have to do that, but if they haven't filmed, I mean, they're going to have to find their actors. CGI after the point.
Ll see, the CGI has come a pretty long way because Carrie Fisher, when she died, the last Star Wars movie that had her in it was completely CGI, and Darth Vader's like general or whatever, like the guy that was like the right-hand man of Darth Vader, they did CGI for him too, and it looked pretty decent. So
oh damn, I know CGI came a long way. Interesting.
Yeah. It's not like what's it called? It's not like the Scorpion King where it's the Rock, like a Play-Doh looking the Rock on top of a scorpion body. It's like they've actually, matter of fact, a perfect example, because I'm a little bit familiar with the 3D like animation process because I've been trying to get into that on this channel. So there's this thing called Autodesk.
I mean, AutoCAD. Yeah.
So basically what it is you can take images, like 3D images, and you can just like put them onto graphs, and then you can mold those graphs and add animation to those graphs. So you can have like a 4K picture of something, and then you can put that onto a graph, and then you can animate that graph. So it's pretty good stuff because I'm doing videos on like game engines and stuff. So it's like 3D animation, so it's basically the same thing. So I figured that I would learn how to use it because the game designers use that same technology.
What are you using? Are you using what do you call it? Unreal Engine or Unity?
No, so Autodesk is the animation engine itself, and then you can program the things that you make with that engine as sprites in whatever your game is, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
Yeah. So the game company that I typically work with, or not work with, because I haven't worked for them officially, but I've mentioned them yesterday, is Bethesda Softworks, and they have this thing called the not Unreal Engine, the Creation Engine, or something like that. But yeah, so they've been using that engine for like a good 20 years. So like all you need to do is get familiar with it, and if you're familiar with that, then you're familiar with 3D animation essentially. So but that's basically what I've been doing lately. So it's the next game that's coming out, which is supposed to be the Elder Scrolls 6, is going to be completely in 4K, which is how I learned about the animation technology, because the animation studio that I'm using is the same animation studio they're using. So I'm learning the animation studio because I'm trying to get a job because that's my favorite company.
So all this is on a desktop. Is there some engine? Are you running this stuff?
Okay, so can I share screens?
You should. Irene will share your screen. This
Wait,
I think he can share it himself.
You know, I'm gonna refrain from opening it right now because it takes a lot of disk space, and it might cause the stream to crash or not.
Are you using Google or Fox?
Google.
No, you gotta jump out and go on my Firefox to log in on StreamYard. So you cannot use share screen on Google. It will automatically crash anything. The minute you hit share, it's gonna crash and kick you out. You gotta use Firefox.
Is that right?
Google and StreamYards don't work well. They told you that before, and when I keep sharing it, it automatically kicks me off. So I just stopped using Google altogether when I'm on StreamYards. If I had to share something, I don't use that. They gotta get that shit fixed, man. I don't know why Google and StreamYards don't work well with each other.
Yeah.
Oh, so now that part of your conversation I understood. I'll have to try doing StreamYard from Firefox because it doesn't. It really just totally screws it up.
Let me ask a question. You did not know that, Irene? That StreamYards Google don't work well. It tells every minute when you share the screen.
How would I know that? You just told me. Nobody has ever said it to me.
But you always don't you share your screen sometimes?
But notice I don't do screen share anymore because it doesn't work.
Oh, you didn't know why?
I was gonna switch over to Zoom.
All right. Well, I'll tell you a little secret. All right, listen. Anytime you hit the stream, it automatically a message will pop up saying it's going. It probably has it now. It probably not.
No, it doesn't do it.
It'll tell you if anytime you're using Google to run StreamYards, if you try to share it, it gives you a message automatically before you hit the share screen. They now just have this. They didn't have this.
I have never got that message.
Oh, okay, using what, a Mac, right?
Yeah.
If you never got the message and it automatically kicks you off, sometimes it'll tell you. But normally when you're using Google Chrome on StreamYard, it doesn't work well. So depending on what you're trying to share, it could potentially kick you off the stream.
Man, what the heck is going on with cancer? So many of us have lost relatives to cancer. I thought
Cancer is a food.
Cancer is a scary
Cancer
disease
is
to me.
the food. It's the food, man.
Disease that really scares me.
It's already been proven the food causes people to get cancer. So once you control the food, you eliminate cancer by 89%. Because all this cancer never did exist until people start eating this type of bizarre food. From the augment of the meat to the genetic modifying of the vegetables and fruit, all that will mess your genetics up. It's not always something that people say, I was born. No, you're
Goodness
being...
gracious, I don't know what they're talking about. I'm about to go to sleep. We're making, like, I couldn't sleep, but y'all are helping my insomnia because I don't know what they're talking about.
You're talking about cancer, and I'm giving
y'all.
Well, you got.
I've down. Did you see how quickly I drank this? This is why I could never keep anything in my house.
And what's that? Water? What's that?
It's lemonade.
Okay. I don't know about that.
I was actually curious.
Literally sugar at the bottom of that's sugar.
Girl.
Irene,
Yes.
I was actually kind of interested in the conversation you and Prophet were having. Who was it? This minor that you all were talking about?
Oh, you mean
Megan
Roger?
Thee Stallion?
The Roger report? The young dude? That's what you're talking about, Aaron?
Yeah.
Are you talking about that or when we were talking about Megan Thee Stallion?
No, we talking about somebody else. Don't worry, Irene. The guy that real Aaron is asking is a young boy came up on Roger's stream and he admit how old he was, and we had to sit there and have a real discussion with the young man. He has a certain perception of the community that is bad. There's drug dealers. Wait, I heard echo.
Roger, who's Roger? Roger's stream.
The Roger report. This is something like during the week.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I heard of them.
Okay. Yeah. Well, like I said, the teenager came up and has a certain perception of his environment, particularly community, how it's bad, it's evil, it's ghetto, all this stuff. We had to sit there, educate them, and had to let him know, saying not all black men are bad. He's still he's around his father, but he believes from what he sees, not only in his environment but through media, that he concludes that black people are bad. You get me?
Is he black himself?
No, what?
Is he black himself?
Yes. Wait.
So,
Irene, you go on mute because I think I hear in background. I hear echo.
I don't know.
An echo from me?
Yeah, I'm here echo. I'm hearing myself recite like an echo. Okay, it's gone. Yeah.
So bottom line, so basically, he believes what the media is saying about his own people, and he's actually
that's one way. Another thing, where he's at, he's mostly around white people. He lives around suburbs, so when he goes around black people, it also fuels his lack of understanding of black people.
That makes sense. He's being brainwashed, and they're probably feeding him these images.
I would say he's being conditioned right now to look at our people as negatives. You get me?
Right.
For a young age. So I after the end of the stream, I had to stay in the back chat to have Lyso talk, give him some books to look at, to read, and have him to start. I told him he has to re-educate himself to remove certain perceptions of black people, because he's not gonna get this in this institution, you know.
They're basically raising him up and training him to be a coon. That's basically what they're doing, and we have to prevent that.
Well, let's keep it real, Aaron. YouTube is mostly, there are women who watch YouTube, but mostly men watch YouTube just as much for our audience. So a lot of young men that's under the age of, I guess, 20 and maybe over 20 watch these streams. You know, they watch a lot of these red pill, these stupid. These content, and it fuels their anger of what they already see in the environment. You get me? And this not applies for the boys, it also applies for the females as well. When they're around female content creators, they say the same thing about the opposite sex. So,
You know,
like I said, in this space, even me, because I have a second channel now, which I'm probably gonna dedicate more to the education piece. And I told them to subscribe to that anyway.
right.
Because at the end of the day, we had to push back certain narratives, you know. My channel's not
Yeah.
always that direction per se, the first one. I'll probably try to clean up a little bit best I can. But I said, you know, most people are more gravitate to their dysfunction when they come
Yeah.
across YouTube. And if it's not catered to dysfunction, they're not gonna watch it, bro. I'm telling you right now.
And you know what? The interesting thing, you got all these different pills. You got this red pill and this blue pill. But you know, they wouldn't even have that type of terminology technically if it wasn't for a black woman named Sophia Stewart.
I
mean,
know.
she's the
We
one.
all know that. We all know that. We all know that. We all know
Oh,
that.
let's not leave out her transgender directors.
Well, that's
Who's
what I'm
that?
talking
Who's
about.
that? Who's that?
She's
It's just really weird. I don't understand this obsession with the Matrix. It's like two guys in dresses and this black lady, and I'm confused.
But
She's
you
the
gotta
one who
understand.
came up with the idea for the Matrix. She's the one who came up with the idea for the Matrix. They stole her idea, but I heard that she sued for money and got paid and won her lawsuit. But we wouldn't have a red pill or blue pill conversation if it wasn't for her. So she's the one who's got them, believe it or not, talking about it while they're sitting up there backlashing and hating on black women. Well, it was a black woman that came up with these terms.
But
And I guarantee you
it's
didn't mean
it's
it in
even
the sense-
deeper. It's even deeper, Aaron. They take all the normal realities that they look at their environment and try to apply it to Sophia Stewart's movies. Not just the book alone that she wrote over 30 some years ago, but just all the concepts, because most Negroes nowadays don't read, but they get their understanding from what they see visually. So they take that and apply it. I mean, I know the elder Mr. Igmore talks about certain books, but we all know the average black male and female don't read at all. I'm saying Cerulean said this, and you catch the
Oh
stream.
my gosh,
about-
you take that back.
Yeah, get me? So really, truly, when we talk about just the environment itself, people have no idea at all. You know, even now where they come up with these new terms and phrase, like, you know, what's they call it? High value man, all that stuff, which is cool.
Oh yeah, I've been hearing that lately. High value. I'm like,
See, at the end of the day, like, Camille Cerulean did talk about this. It's all about getting the women at the end. And I agree with him, because really truly, you see a lot of women that's under age 30 now rush and now say they got get them in and say they want a high tier man. I said, well, boo boo, you know what I'm saying? Wherever you do it, you gotta just put yourself in position. You know, you have to.
Exactly.
If you want what you want, you're gonna have to work to get that. You get me? And if that's what you're trying to attain, you could do it. But let's say you don't attain, then what? You get me?
yeah, you need to attract. They need to attract what it is they want. It's like you say you want a high value woman. Okay, well you can't be a half-ass dude trying to get a high value woman.
Exactly. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
These dudes on
Well,
YouTube.
I want to know. I want to know who is a high value woman and who is a high value man. Like, it seems to me to be a high value woman these days, all you have to be is attractive. But then at the same time, men will say, well, if all you're bringing is attractiveness, then what are you bringing to the table? And what is a high value man? First of all, I don't know any men who are high value who would, first of all, call themselves high value, first and foremost. Second of all, having money doesn't make you high value, because a whole lot of weirdos, I'm going to tell you something about people with money. The more money people have, the weirder they become. Like, there's this.
Then they're not high value. Then,
but
they're just a fool with their money. You got, Irene. Let's keep real. But most of that got money.
Take their high valueness off of, at least in these conversations we're discussing, off of their pocketbooks. But the thing is, having money doesn't make you not a weirdo. And there's a lot of weirdos with money. Trust me, especially when women are like, "Ooh, I want a millionaire and this and that." A lot of those men are weird freaks. So, like, people get so much money and they start to be real kind of not right in the head. It's not, everything that glitters is not gold. So I'm like, what is high value? And I mean, the same thing goes for physical attractiveness in women. Like, a woman can't be physically, what is this?
Well, Irene, let's keep it real. In regards to men,
A
and
woman
women,
can be physically attractive.
uh,
Well, Q Better, it may not be about money like the way you define it, but in these conversations that these men are having, they're specifically talking about money.
Can I make
hold on, Mr. Research. I see you now. I know who this is. And let me say this before you go in, brother, because you're a little older
What's
than
up,
me.
Mr. Research? What's going on, bro?
It
Hello,
goes
Aaron.
like this, Irene. The money is one partial aspect, but there's more to it than the money. But I'm gonna let Mr. Research time in because he's more up in that level to really explain this better. You know, he's in a different market. Go ahead, Mr. Research.
So just to answer the question, I don't know Kevin's definition because Kevin is the one that created that term.
Yes, he
I
did.
like to use established upper caste career men. When you're an established upper caste career man, it is a totally different thing beyond money. Power comes from association. Power, being a mature person, comes from discipline, self-discipline. I will agree with you. Not everybody has that, but respectfully, I think that women take these terms and they remix them to their expectations of what it is, as opposed to listening to the person who created whatever the term is, listening to their definition. And my last point is, a lot of times when you hear guys talk about these high level conversations, I personally attack a lot of guys because I know a lot of these guys do not work on that level. They do not
We know that.
compete with non-Black men mentally in business. And I work in medical finance. There's a lot of dudes who talk this high level stuff. To your point, they're not men. They're older boys. A lot of them are mama boys. They hide what they do. There's dudes who tattoo artists and Uber drivers having these conversations with people like me and Kevin, but they don't operate how we operate. What are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts. Like I said, Mr. Research. Kevin wrote a manual on this to pinpoint, and I can't really give the actual pinpoints what it is.
Wait, who is Kevin?
Kevin Samuels.
He's the creator of the term that you're referring to.
Oh, okay.
That's why I said when ladies like yourself speak on these things, you're going off what some mama's boys may have said instead of maybe getting an understanding from the person that created the term.
Well, yeah, I mean, because there are men throwing it around, so they're defining themselves. So I'm commenting on the self-definition that they're throwing around when they're labeling themselves. I'm not really familiar with Kevin Samuels, so I can't speak on anything that he has to say. But I definitely think that if the idea of a high value man is a man that is desirable to women, is that essentially?
No.
No, that's not it.
It has nothing to do with it.
Okay, so then what is the purpose of being a high? So it has nothing to do with women. It just has to do with your placement in society.
It's a relatively new term. Kevin Samuels just coined that term, and it's been spreading like wildfire, at least through the Black sector. Along
He probably says he didn't come up with the concept.
the manosphere.
But okay, all right. Well, if it has nothing to do with your value as far as being in a partnership with a woman, then I guess that's the man stuff. I don't care about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I said to me, a lot of times people are saying stuff out of context. That's why I use the same type of phrase, but I use it in a phrase everybody can understand. Are you established?
Yeah.
Everybody who makes money ain't established.
But what is the point of being established? What is the good in that?
Because when you're operating, whether it's in business, whether it's in affecting your community, or even marriages and relationships, an established guy has a more foundational approach to all of those levels. A guy just making money don't necessarily have that. A guy who's making money, we all know there's guys who are temporary money guys. They have money for 3 or 5 years and then they done. There's guys who what they call new money guys, who got money but they real undisciplined on how they move. When you're an established dude, you got legacy stuff to be focused on. You got, so when you start dating women as an established dude, you're looking at what is this asset, her bringing her into my circle. How does that?
But established men, the only thing that women bring to a man who is established is being able to do things like manage any business that he throws her way that he doesn't want to be bothered with and he doesn't want to give to his personal assistant, ensuring that she's going to be a good look for him when they are engaging in dinner parties or events where they have to circulate themselves and she's talking to the other wives and things like that. Now this is my personal experience growing up, because I don't know what upper caste is, but I'll say that I grew up upper middle class. And I would say that my man is an established man, and I've never been in a relationship with anybody who was not. And nobody has ever asked me what I'm bringing to the table. The idea is that you get married because in these circles, married people are what is expected. People expect you to be married. Your wife is expected to hobnob with the partner's wives, with the other families. You're expected to get together as couples. Everybody's expected to get along. You're expected to be charming. You're expected to be able to handle certain things for your husband. As far as me bringing anything to the table, all I bring is my class, my presence, and my ability not to embarrass you and to be an asset on your arm. But as a woman, I'm not bringing anything else to the table.
But you just, but respectfully, you just contradicted yourself. You out of your own mouth said majority of the things that she must bring to the table. Being able to have that etiquette, being able to mingle amongst others in a business-related fashion. So you yourself just said these things. So respectfully, you're going against your own words. If what he's saying is, hey, look, bring to the table, let's use his term, you must bring to the table the understanding that Irene has. You can't bring to the table a better education than Irene, but not understand what Irene just said. You can't come to the table with more money than Irene, but not be able to do what Irene just said. So I think I'm gonna be quiet after this, but I think you move the goalposts a little bit, because you just explained what we established dudes need when a woman is coming into our circle, and then you rebutted yourself. So,
well, I think this might be the problem. The problem might be that I haven't heard him speak about this, but when I hear other people speak about this topic,
Mama boys,
they're like, what is she bringing to the table? Like, how is she going to help me build my, like, actually do work, like if two men were in a relationship, like they're expecting women to bring to the table the same thing that they are bringing to the table. So maybe that's why when I'm like, bring something to the table, people are talking like tangibles, like what tangibles are you bringing to the table? Whereas I've always been raised that women get educated, and all of these things, but essentially you're going to end up being a housewife. And although you might have a side hustle, that could be a baking business or a daycare, or maybe you're a writer, or, you know, whatever you do, whatever you're allowed to do, that all of the other stuff, all of the education, everything you do up to that point is to make you a suitable mate for somebody who is educated as well, who has a certain level of, as you would put it, establishment in society, so that you're able to circulate yourself with their circle and not just be a whole idiot out here and an embarrassment. That is ultimately, but that's a very traditional way to look at it. So I guess I seem to be contradicting myself because I was working off the assumption of what you were saying, of what I've heard men talking about. And when they talk about what women are bringing to the table, I'm like, well, that kind of sounds like you're trying to date another guy.
But see, here's the thing. You're listening to people talk about tying knots and can't tie and don't even know what a sailor knot is. You're listening to people tell you about these different variation of knots, and they can't tie a knot at all. Majority of the people who are trying to have these conversations with high-level guys are not high level. They don't know what it's like. It's like I said to the Manatea. I hired 5 black men last year, 7 black men this year. Majority of the guys talking that you're listening to, they don't even know what that's about. And I'm not trying to put people down. I'm saying that a lot of times things get hijacked from dudes who are not achieving. And now I'm really going to be quiet. Go ahead, y'all.
Q Butter is saying that this high value men concept is something that has been out for a long time. He was saying back in 2011, Business Insider did a piece on high value men. So he's saying like the concept has been defined for like some period of time.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard about this till recently. I mean, I don't even know.
I mean, the only thing I could do, Irene, is share a video that he did that he talked about it, and to better clarify, because I watched.
I mean,
I watch so much content.
I don't think it's necessary. I just think it's
some people's content. I don't have time.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. I do find these conversations. I'm gonna tell you how I honestly feel, y'all. Even though this is supposed to be a chill session, I'm gonna keep it chill, but I'm gonna tell you my real feelings. I feel like in the past 5 to 8 years, the rejects of society have kind of been rising up. And the disgruntled people of society, like, you know, life is not fair, and some people do have it easier than others. And I feel like all of this kind of overlooked group of people have started rising up, and there are people who are privileged either in how they look or in their financial status or in, you know, the game they can spit. Like there are people who are privileged who then are kind of making money off of being like, yeah, I hear you, I hear your issue, and this is how you cannot suck. And there's this whole group of people who have basically been the underclass, the underdog, the loser in society, who are now really gravitating toward people who, 1, validate the things they're angry about, and 2, tell them how they can compete against people who honestly I feel they have a lot of animosity toward. And the conversations to me just seem weird. Do you know what I mean? Like, at no point in my life until I came to YouTube did any man refer to himself as high value. At no point in my life did I ever hear so many discussions about, you know, how you acquire women or how you acquire men or the proper roles of men and women. Like I just am, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I just feel like there's a lot of pandering to the rejects of society right now, and it's leading us into these conversations that aren't realistic and that people aren't having in the real world. And it all comes to naught. I'm sorry.
So you're saying that some of these dudes, because it's the same talking points of the Pookie and Ray Ray and the non-select type of argument. Now they come up with more terminologies just to separate them from the actual group, create more divide between other men.
No, I think that, okay, so for example, so this is what I mean. Women are attracted to two types of men, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they're both providers. One is a provider of protection, right? And one is a provider of resources. And if you can get both, that's amazing. The provider of protection are often what I hear in these spaces, like are called like the Pookies and the Ray Rays, which is they may not be very established, but they have a sense of like manliness about them that makes you feel womanly because they're so masculine, right?
Macho, like it's like a gang. Like when you watch TV, is that image like the Boys in the Hood type thing? Yeah.
No, I don't mean because here's the thing. I dated a robotics engineer who was very macho, but he was a robotics engineer. So I don't think it is not Boys in the Hood. It's a way that a man carries himself that's very masculine. In the same way that a man who's with a woman who is very feminine will normally feel very good, because a hyper feminine woman will make you feel more masculine simply because she's so feminine. Women are the same way to men who are very, very masculine. It makes you feel more feminine, and that's a good feeling, right? It's good to be next to somebody who's so the polar opposite of you that it brings out your masculinity or femininity. The other type of men that women go for are providers. So these are men who probably, if the world descended into chaos, could not protect you, right? Because they're not muscular, they don't have that edge to them or anything. But in the world society we live in now, it's okay, right? Because they are able to provide competitively in the way that the world works now, which is financially. So women are either attracted to provision of protection or provision of comfort, right? Either way, like, physical comfort and
I get what Irene's trying to say. I think I see what Irene's saying. A lot of the stuff that these guys are talking about, all these new terminologies, is basically just a bunch of posturing. It's basically they're vying for attention. They're trying to get attention. They want to come up with these new phrases. They want to get the attention of women, but they don't want to put in what's necessary. They don't want to put in the necessary thing to do to be what we would call real men. They want to acquiesce to this false machismo. That's basically what machismo is false masculinity anyway. That's what I say. And they do all these things and stuff to make themselves be known. It's like a lion that's roaring, letting them know he's a lion. Well, we already know that you're a lion. We already see that you're a lion, but you still have to roar anyway to make yourself known. First of all, if you're so real as a man, you don't even have to go out there and say what you are. Just go out there and do what you're supposed to do and do what it is you need to do. And that woman will naturally come to you. Because women, one thing, respect power. And they also respect a certain level of man. You can have the biggest whatever and the most money all you want. But if you ain't about nothing, if you don't have a brain, if you don't have any access to anything, what good are you?
Well, you can go, Irene.
No, I was just going to say, I think there's a group of people. I'll give a really good example, and I don't have a problem with his content. I'll give two examples because I think they're really similar. There's Alpha Male Strategies and there's Shira, right? They are two privileged people, right? Who are able to capitalize on individuals who feel disenfranchised. And I think there is a move to take the natural order of things, which is basically life is not fair. Mm-hmm. And there's people who life has been very fair to who now make money pandering to the disenfranchised, pandering to the people who are feeling like they're not getting their fair shot. And simply having conversations about stuff that's really nobody needs to talk about. We all know, like, for example, alpha male strategies, everybody knows that there are women who will respond to aggressive masculinity and give you sex. Boom. Everybody knows that. That's a whole class of women and a whole class of men. Shira, everybody knows there's a group of men who want to play Captain Save-A-Ho and will literally, they're very traditional. And if you'll jump in that spot, they're ready to do that, right? And then everybody knows, even like what I'm saying, that there's a group of people and they're just traditional and they're pragmatic about their lives. I want to build something. This is the way. Whoa, I hear echo. I want to build something. This is the way the world works. If I want to build something, I know that I can't bring a girlfriend to dinner with the partners if everybody's married, because the women won't respond right, and their response is going to affect my ability to do business with these men. So I'm going to marry a woman who can carry herself in a way that she can get along with these women, because I want to get ahead and do business with these individuals. There are people who think like that. And I just think that people are capitalizing off of stuff we already know in the way the world works. And at the end of the day, it is what it is. Everybody's not going to get a woman with a big butt that's gorgeous. Everybody's not going to get a millionaire. Everybody is, not going to want a nerd. Everybody's not going to want somebody who's just very masculine but can't provide. There's a lane for everybody. And I see a lot of people are mad because they can't get what they want in their lane. And it's like, that's life.
You know what? After Dark speaks, after Dark speaks, I want to say the same thing Irene just said as it relates to the women, because too many times we make this a male thing, not here, but just in these spaces. But women do the exact same thing. I want you as a guy to talk about colorism. I want you as a guy to go fight this fight. I want you as a guy to acknowledge me every time I come around. It's the same identical conversation Irene said about the guys, where it's an unrealistic lady who's not doing anything in regards to her part, but just so happens to be working at the same place for 12 years, making good money. And she believes every time she sees DARK, he's supposed to bow down and acknowledge her beauty just because she walked in the room. So it's the same identical thing. Go ahead, DARK.
So speaking to that, I'm gonna be 100% honest. I think that women like that exist because there's a lot of simps out there, especially in the Black community. And here's why: because I was like I said on yesterday's live, I like to relate. I like to relate things to either stories or like real life experiences that I've had. So, as Irene knows, and I'm pretty sure, so one of you are echoing. Okay, so as Irene knows,
Turn your volume down, Chaos.
Okay, as Irene knows, I went to an HBCU. And there was this rumor that that was going around that I liked white women. And the reason why is because I don't date women that I believe, can't function like Irene was describing. So I feel like what she was saying is somewhat accurate, or mostly accurate. So anyway, let me get back on track. So that became an issue, and I feel okay. So a lot of the guys there, right, because of this rumor, they were like, "Oh, this girl's trying to talk to you. Why don't you try to talk to her? Or this girl right here is trying to talk to her. If I had the opportunity to, you know what I mean?" But I started to notice that women that I didn't necessarily think would be good for the things that I was trying to do would get upset A, that I didn't want to, involve myself with them, and B, they wouldn't put in the time to understand why I wouldn't. But C, going back to what I started out with, the idea that there's just so many people that are simping for even the most basic things that they find in a woman, that they think you're crazy not to think that that basic thing is the epitome of what you should want, if that makes any sense. Like, oh, this, like, imagine if there's a girl with like a big butt and she's kind of pretty, or that sort of thing. They'll be like, oh man, that ass fat and all the other stuff. And I'm like, have you ever left your hometown, or have you ever left this school after leaving your hometown, of course, and seen that there are people, there's like any person you can imagine, there's somebody that fits that. And of course I'm not going to say that you should have unrealistic expectations or whatever, but any person you can imagine, there's probably somebody that fits that bill. So to say that someone should just, pick the low, well, I'm not going to say low hanging fruit, but pick the fruit that's available.
Let me
to
come up dark. When you as a man, when you hear any person, either man or woman, especially when we tell you, said, stay in your lane, picking women that I consider myself a 10 or somewhat close to that, which some women don't really fit that criteria. But let's say the illusion said they're a 10. Okay, I'm not attracted to, I'm not giving you the time of day. Stay in your lane. What comes to mind to you if there ever happens to you, per se, just the sake of the conversation?
Well, I'll say like this.
Define a 10.
Most desirable person to you.
Well, okay.
But that's what I'm saying is people just say 10 based on physical appearance of a woman. This is why women think that men should just fall all over them every time they walk in a room. This is answering the question right there. Because men keep defining women as 10s and 9s and 8s simply by looking at them. So women don't think they need to bring anything else to the table but to walk in the room.
Okay.
Very high speed explanation. Very high speed explanation. Okay. The whole 10 thing is there are guys who are only defined by what they have sex with. There are another level of guys who are defined by what type of mountains they moved. And then there's another type of guys who are defined by whatever family associations they got going on. We got a lot of dudes in our community who are penis driven. So when they talk 10s and stuff like this, Irene, it's mostly, I can get that and show y'all that I can catch fish. That's all it comes down to.
Okay. So I know I don't rate. Like, I have my own, like, a little separate equation. So it's like, I factor in like how smart a woman is. Irene's talking to one of her kids or something. I'll just give it a second so she can refocus.
Well, Dark is waiting on you, Irene.
I'm sorry. I was sitting here talking to my son who was telling me that he's like, most guys are only going to care what a woman looks like.
Well,
what did you say, Dark? I apologize.
Okay, so
I disagree with him.
I have a bit of an equation when I like rate a woman. Like, I rate her on her intelligence, her looks, and like her ability to listen, right? Because the way I see a relationship, the relationship is, obviously going to be focused around the man, but the man's due diligence is that he has to come to that relationship like full stop, able to not only lead the woman, but the world around him. So, and I'll tie this back to the high value man thing, because what I believe a high value man is a person whose will can not only influence the woman, his family, all that other stuff, but who can garner the respect of the world and shape the world. Matter of fact, someone whose will is so powerful that by them merely existing, they almost shape the world just by them passing. And that's the type of person that I want to be, or at least I aspire to be. I don't know if I'm there yet, but I'm just 22. But that's what I think a high value man is. I don't necessarily think it's just, oh, I have this much money, I can do XYZ type of things. The moment you can walk into a room and every person in that room, no matter how arrogant or no matter how rich or all those different things, when those people defer to you, that's when I think somebody's a high value male. So going back to the woman's part.
To a Dark's point, Black Hollywood Godfather, and Aaron will know this. Black Hollywood Godfather was a constantly broke guy, but he was the most influential deal maker between high level money people and people that were trying to get on in the film industry. Power has less to do with money. Power is about connections, family ties, old schoolmates, old dorm mates. That's what that's about. And a lot of guys, when it comes to high value, those are the categories they fall in. Now, to what your man said, I will say this, Irene.
Oh no, my son. No, that was my eldest son.
Okay. well, most guys are penis driven. They don't have that intellectual part of their brain yet. And I think Aaron said this until they get about 32, 36, because they have to unlearn everything that was put on them on a physical beat somebody up, physical make a girl moan. You got to remember, making a girl moan is the most powerful thing a guy who's never seen a boardroom will do, because he's too scared to go in the boardroom, put his penis on the table and say, hey, I demand a raise. I'm bringing in this amount of clients. Most guys ain't doing that. So the only thing they got left is to make some girl scream and holler.
So this is just my opinion when it comes to like what is a valuable woman or a valuable man, right? To me, I always encourage women, and this is how I raise my daughters, physical appearance is very important. Like whether women like it or not, the way you look is a huge part of how people accept you in life as a woman. Intelligence comes with that, because there are a lot of beautiful women, but there are a lot of beautiful women who are only good for being beautiful. So then you have to be intelligent and intellectually stimulating to your partner. And then I think when you build on that, being able to run a household, being multifaceted in what you're capable of delivering, somebody has to be able to call you and say, can you, and this happens to me, with Mr., I need you to throw together this flyer for me really quick. Like I need it done quickly. I don't have time to outsource this, or I need you to make this flight, or I need you to make sure that my mother is taken care of here, or, I need you to look over, and this is the highest compliment, right? Is if they're working on a project and they're like, can you read this over, right? Will you edit this for me? So a man feeling comfortable with or coming to you and running a business idea, like I'm thinking about making this move, what are your thoughts? Being that type of woman that a man feels that he can do that with as he is building, that he can come to you, a person that he knows is not going to betray him, and run those things by you and trust your input. I think that makes you at that point high value, because the physicality is just the thing that opens the door for you as a woman, right? And the sex is something that is only valuable if the rest of you is valuable, because women are giving out vagina, like popcorn at the movie theater these days. So to me, that makes a woman high value. As far as a man being high value, I prefer men with a nice income. But what I recognize is that income is not everything. And I think income becomes everything for people who didn't grow up with everything they might have needed and wanted. I find that first, second generational wealth, those individuals put a high value on how much money a person makes. But to me, a man who has income or power, but that you're not emotionally safe with, that is not a good leader, that leads with a strong arm or with lightweight abuse, right? That feels he has to tear you down in order to feel comfortable in his manhood, that's not valuable. Somebody that's family oriented, that allows you to have a voice, but knows how to shut you down when you take it too far, as us women often do. Somebody who is willing to bring you into the things that are important to him, that is going to be a high value man. And for you at your level, so for me, you know, and I think women should date up, you know, you can date outside of your socioeconomic class, but that could look a different way, right? If you're in the ghetto, you might not automatically go to somebody who is a computer scientist, right? There might be a barrier there unless you've worked on yourself, right, in your intellect, for you to stimulate him in all the areas he's going to be stimulated. But you know what? An electrician will provide you a comfortable life and be somebody that you can have a middle ground with, right? So I think that the level of resources and influence and power that a man has, I think there are levels to that. And I don't think somebody has to be at the top of everything. Because like I said, there's a point somewhere around the $400,000 mark. Like when you start to hit that $500,000 mark per year, that people start being the sort of people you really don't want to flex with like that. Like, just trust me, because they're not good people overwhelmingly. Like, it would be a needle in a haystack to find somebody that's normal, not into any weird crap, not going to be an asshole, not like, there's a list of things that start to go wrong with people once they start to make more than $500,000 a year.
And that's why we said it has nothing to do with money.
Ara said high value is someone who brings out the best in you. I absolutely agree. You want to be with somebody who makes you want to be your best self.
I think we're kind of skipping around the real issue here. Is the issue is the way Kevin describes it. Like, it might be a 2011 thing, but the way Kevin describes it, if you want, as a woman, you don't want tank top Tony, you want to upgrade to something, then you have to do some self-evaluation, as you just said. And you as a woman have to put yourself in position for the guys who are on that level. There's two women at my job who like me. I told one of the ladies, I said, respectfully, you're too loud. I'm the only black man at this entire hospital. All the other black people are African. I'm the only one on this level. You're very undisciplined in how you make your moves. 3 weeks later, now they're attacking her because she thought she was cool with them, and now she's realizing that they ain't. See, it took her too long to recognize. I can't have that in my circle. So when Kevin talks about it, and I'm just paraphrasing, there's women who want to deal with guys like me. I'm from the hood, but I'm in corporate. I strategically can't partner with you, regardless of how cute you look, because you don't understand strategy as a woman. And that's a problem. So I think that's what Kevin means by high value, being able to understand those nuances. I'm putting myself on mute.
Hey, Q Butter.
What up, sis? What's good, family?
Hello
We were
there.
talking about you earlier.
What's up, Q Butter?
What's goody? What's goody? What's goody? What'd you say, Irene?
I said we were talking about you earlier.
What's good, y'all? Yeah, peace, y'all. Yeah, I was on. I wasn't gonna jump on, but I was like, you know what? I'm sitting in the crib bullshit. Yes, high value. I actually like the concept high value. I think we need to, promote that in the community. Because a lot of, how do I call it? Cultural appropriation, misappropriation on YouTube, especially from what I guess the manosphere, that is some cracker shit. And then you hear them regurgitate a lot of cracker shit. You know what I mean? And it's misappropriated and taken and regurgitated and remixed to black people. You know, and I think that's not cool. The whole red pill, blue pill thing, that's some white boy shit. MGTOW, that's some white boy shit. The whole, what you call it, high value man, that's some white boy James Bond shit. You know what I mean? So it's like we taking a lot of white people shit and then not calling it what it is. That's some white people shit. You know what I mean? The whole boardroom mentality, calling one of your people a Pookie and Ray Ray. The reason why Pookie and Ray Ray is a Pookie and Ray Ray because of the ghetto they live in, created by crackers. I listen to it. I think we're also seeing a certain generation enter the internet in a different way. Like the 50-year-olds, they kind of run YouTube. You know, and so their personality really runs around YouTube. Like a lot of this won't hang on Instagram. They will get slewed by young people on Instagram. You know, they would, you know what I mean? Facebook, nobody's jobbing with it. You have your own little group of people with it. But YouTube is crazy. Like there's a lot of like 50-year-old people that got some good personalities and things that they share. And then some stuff that to me is just old school garbage. You know, like, you know, a woman with children is no good. You know, that's old school garbage. You know, like just like when you hear people talk about how light skin is better. Like some of these dudes, I'll be waiting for them to say that stuff. Like, oh, I need me a light skinned woman. You know, you could tell these dudes that's how they came up. I could tell that these dudes some of these dudes looked up the people who used to wear Jerry curls. You know what I mean? Dudes that had finger waves. You know, a whole different generation of dudes. And so the way they saw stuff is just different, and the way they perceive the world is different. And they themselves are learning how to re-evaluate the world through the eyes that they were taught to see through the world with. You know, so I'm also hearing that. And it's good to hear that, because I think this generation has lost that perspective that the older generation has. You know, I heard Kevin Samuel say that. He was like, I don't like the perspective calling it older generation. I'm like, nah, that generational value has been lost in this generation, you know. And so it is a generational thing, you know, a certain level of class, certain level of tact, certain level of poise that's presented with certain conversations. You know, it is what it is. But I think sometimes people take it a little too deep, pause, and they go a little too far with it, and it's not that serious, you know.
Yeah, I just think, you know, I think it's weird to try to assess your value on the marketplace, right? The dating marketplace. Really, if we were trying to breed functional people, what I would say is you wouldn't have to worry about your value on anybody's marketplace or in this system, or even how you're going to access certain people. That should all come with your lifestyle. So I know with me, being introduced, right, to the man that I ultimately married, or meeting them in a professional environment, in an environment where people speak to the character of the man or the woman that you're around. And I think that also helps to build longer lasting and more functional relationships, because you're not dealing with a perfect stranger, right? You guys have some level of community in common. I think the reason that relationships have degraded so much is we've removed all of the checks and balances off of coupling, right? So parents are no longer involved in coupling. Nobody takes the opinion of their parents. We're meeting people online. We're meeting people at the club. We're seeing somebody with a nice butt or a nice car on the street, and we're hooking up with them. And then these relationships are not becoming successful. And then people are coming to social media to find out what's not working. And what's not working is that's not, in my opinion, the healthy way to meet people. Normally, it's two people who meet each other because you've been introduced by somebody who is mutual between you. and there's somebody there to vouch for who that person is. And it also means that person has more at stake when they engage you, right? Because you guys are running in similar circles. So a lot of the fuckery that goes on with these, I picked her up at the club or online relationships, or I picked him up, you know, in the parking lot of such and such, because I like just car relationships, don't happen, especially with people who have something to lose. Do you know what I mean? They move differently than people who have nothing to lose and can lie to you from off the bat. I always hear people talking about, well, they were fake and they deceived me into this point. It's because you didn't know them, because there wasn't a check and balance. So I also think just this new way that we go about meeting people and getting into relationships is really affecting the success of the relationship, the health of the relationships that we engage in, and our ability to couple with people, right? Because we're kind of literally just casting a wide net into a world where people are make-believing who they are, right? They're make-believing on social media. They're riding around in a nice car, but because you don't know them, you don't know that that person is leasing their car and is living, you know, hand to foot, and you know, is staying in their mom's basement, or you don't know that that girl has low self-esteem and did her whole body, but is highly in debt now because she's trying to pay for it, or, you know, is barely functioning, can barely hold a job, or you don't know because we aren't engaging and getting into these relationships in healthy ways.
But we choose not to know. And see, that's what I said. It's a caste system. It's not about how much money you make. It's about your presentation in life and where you at when you hit 28, 30, 36, and so on. Some people don't want to believe that. But when you operate, somebody got a mic. When you operate on a lower level for so long, you believe that's the only level there is. What you just described is happening. It's just happening in a different caste level. The people on the lower bottom, they all they're talking about is screwing half the time. And I'm not gonna say all of them. A good 30% of them are good people and they're not on that. But a good 70% of people is just really on this. I want to temporarily control somebody sexually, whether it's male or female. Let's look at the women for a minute, because, you know, most of you guys are talking about men. So let me be the only one talking about the women for a second. Let's look at the women who attack women just because they want to love Q butter. Look at the women who attack women just because they waiting for Aaron to give them the time of day. See, it's the same thing. It's the same anti-black conversation on the women's side. Hey, Irene is a little bit lighter, so now I'm going to introduce this war of colorism on her. Wait a minute. That's your sister. No, she's a shade lighter. There's these constant wars that happen on the women's side also. And it's just as anti-black, because I tell people all the time, we as brothers, we ain't got time for a lot of the warlike conversations that some of our ladies have, and then they want us to come and defend it. You know what I'm saying? I looked at what Michelle Obama said recently. She was walking her dog and somebody petted her dog and didn't acknowledge her. So that's happened several times to several million people. But you're going to get mad at that? You're going to make a New York Post about that? See, that type of stuff, I can't risk my life, risk my job to defend on the women's side when they're doing the exact same thing this panel is critiquing the men for. And I'll share the mic on that.
Hey, can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, my right. So I'm on my phone right now. The Wi-Fi might take a minute to reset. So hope you guys can bear my crappy phone audio quality. The last thing I heard was Irene. What was the last thing you said, Irene? Because trying to fix this, fix all of this stuff, kind of threw me off. But I
Wait,
had
you're
some.
cutting out really bad, Dark.
You're like a
Wait.
transformer right now. You're going in and out, and we can't tell if you're pausing or I don't know.
Wait, hold on. Let me try and get back on my laptop.
I don't know that Shira and Chrissy talks about the color, but they didn't develop that. I don't know that Shira does. Chrissy does talk about colorism. I don't necessarily think that there's anything wrong with that. I do want to say this. Somebody was saying that women do the choosing. I hate when we do this. Well, women this, well, men that. Here's the thing. It takes two to tango. Let me keep it real. As a woman, my choice of men is limited to the men that approach me. Me personally. Like there are some women I've heard that go and approach men. Me personally, if I'm only choosing from the men that approach me. So they're making a choice and I'm making a choice. Like we're all grown here. Nobody has authority over anybody else. You know, I can choose to talk to a man or not talk to a man, and then men choose to approach me or not approach me. But as a woman, I don't get first dibs off of who I'm going to be with. I'm not out. And no, I don't think any self-respecting woman would be out giving anything but a subtle cue to spark the interest of a man. In most cases, I think it works that men decide who they want to approach and then women decide if they'll accept that overture, right? I know things are getting a little kooky now and people are doing it other ways, but I think still that's the norm. And I don't think it really matters either way. At the end of the day, once we mutually agree to be with each other, that's a mutual agreement. Men aren't being forced into relationships with women, and overwhelmingly women are not being forced into relationships with men. So this idea that women get to choose or men get to choose is silly. We're both choosing, right? But I honestly think that men have more choice because at least if it's working the way that I'm saying, because men can approach many, many women. I don't know many women who cast as wide of a net as men do. So, you know, throughout my life, I've only been able to pick from the men, me personally, that have chosen to show interest in me. And then I can be like, yay or nay, right? So I think men in a way are better positioned because you guys tend to cast a really wide net, which ups your chances of getting a woman of quality. Whereas women, if you're not presenting right or you're not placed right in the world, then the men that approach you may not, and the way you are really dictates a lot of the time what kind of men will approach you. It can be very limiting.
I see. Okay. I ain't gonna argue with that.
People got to learn to attract what they're attracted to. And I sound like I am going through biblical principles because, you know, the thing is that one thing I've learned is that in order to get respect, you have to give respect. And in today's generation, particularly on YouTube and the so-called black sector, you got guys that'll sit up there and pretty much ridicule and just reprimand men for simply just giving women a compliment. And that's very problematic in itself. I mean, I come from a generation where if you didn't look at women and compliment them, or just have a desire to be with women, you were looked at and frowned upon. Now it's the exact opposite. You got a whole bunch of He-Man, man cave type of dudes running around today, and it's basically insecurity on their part. I mean, these same dudes that sit up there and criticize one of us for loving on women will turn around and wear some skinny jeans. So, like I said, it's a whole lot of them, like I call them, moist boys running around masquerading as men.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
And they'll have the nerve to call someone like me or Q Butter or Mr. Research, someone like that, a simp, because simply we just love women.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. So my camera, the battery died, and at almost the exact same time as that, my Wi-Fi cut out. So I rejoined on my phone, and that's why I sounded like a transformer, apparently. So I wanted to speak on something that Irene was saying like 10 minutes ago, even though I'm sure it's not as relevant now. But going to what the real Aaron Collins was saying, I don't agree with you on the idea that you should have women that have the same social circle as you, because of how different things are now, and I'll explain. Because I had a bit of a run-in with this at my school. So I'm gonna give a brief story. So essentially, I was friends with this girl, and we both were in like the same program at the school, and it was like pre-law, basically. So we all got to know like the superior court judge and all that other stuff, like the people that were really deep into it, and we got to meet the judges and different types of lawyers and stuff. So she just began to develop a bit of a crush on me. Long story short, a lot of my connections began to fall through on that end because the situation wasn't progressing the way that she figured. And she really didn't invest herself in the situation as much as, I'll say it like this. She was one of the types that got so much attention around the school that she just figured that I should just chase her. Like, no signs that she likes me, no signs of anything. Like, if I wouldn't have heard through the grapevine that she had broken up with her last boyfriend and was interested in me, I would have never known. Because, like, me and her were friends for like 3 years, so I wouldn't have known that she had any greater interest in me. Like, if I didn't.
But at 22, maybe that
find
was
out
your
later.
fault. At 22, maybe that was your fault.
I don't know about that one.
Y'all are babies. Y'all babies.
Like,
y'all don't make moves like adults do. So she could have just been being young.
Well, I mean, I'll say like this, because I think, and I must say, I'm gonna preface with this, because I'm not like a guru on like dating and all that other stuff, but I would like to think that I'm real mature when it comes to that sort of thing. Because like I was saying earlier, I don't just like go at a girl. Like, I have to have like a whole vetting process before I'll even consider talking to a girl. But with this situation, like, it was a bunch of different games and all that other different stuff. And like I said, the end result was a bunch of issues with people that I had, greater relationships with for 2 or 3 years, thinking that I was just, some sort of flight risk. So I don't necessarily think that I actively avoid dating women. Like, I actively avoid dating women that hang out in the same social circles that I do, mostly because of that sort of thing. I think that a lot of modern women are a little bit too flaky for that. And I feel like a lot of them would try and, okay, I'll say this too.
Do you believe you're a decision maker? Do you believe you're a decision maker?
Yes.
Okay.
But anyway, like I was saying, Yeah, I feel like a lot of the women that at least a lot of the women I've met are a little bit too flaky for me to say, okay, I'm just gonna go at this woman that has a bunch of different friends, because you never know what's under the hood, if that makes any sense.
Okay, I didn't necessarily mean like we all go to school together. I mean, that's fine too. I meant adults should be involved. Let me be more clear. Adults should be involved. Like somebody else that's wholly grown should be involved. So I'll give a prime example. I'll give a few examples, okay? So Mr. and I met because a mutual friend of ours introduced us. At the time, I was looking at opening up an academy. He had opened up a charter school and consulted on several others. And he was like, I know just the person. And we were introduced, right? Or there was a woman, her husband died, she was widowed, she had a couple of kids. And there was a man, he literally lived in Alaska. And the pastor of our church and his wife were like, man, these two would make a great couple, and introduce them, right? Or for young women in a perfect world, they would live in the house with their families until they got married. So I know a young woman who's like 24, she still lives with her father. You know, he still supports her and she has a little job, but you know, he supports her, right? And make sure that she's taken care of. And the people around her are responsible for introducing her to men that they know are good men. They know their families, right? They've seen them grow up, and they know what kind of people these men are. That's what's missing, this communal aspect to creating pairs, right? Where you have intimate knowledge of me and my family. You know what I was like when I was a kid. We kind of know the same people. And then you know somebody over there who has intimate knowledge of somebody, and they go, man, these two people's personality may merge and introduce us, and we may hit it off or we won't. But the thing is that we're not strangers, right? It's not like everybody around us, we have no clue about each other's background. I can talk to people who knew you when you were 5, right? I don't have to wait for that barrier to be broken down, where maybe after 4 years, I finally get to meet your childhood friend, or after a year, I finally get to meet, you know, people who actually know you as a human being. We keep dating strangers. You're talking about we all go to school together and hang out together, so we're running in the same social circle. I mean, people who are ingrained in your life and know individuals personally, right? People who do business together, people who, you know, have investments together and know each other's families, whose kids play together, right? So that you can know the content of somebody's character, and their behavior is going to be on par. See, people act differently with the chick they picked up in the club, or, you know, the dude they met in Safeway parking lot or Whole Foods parking lot, than they do with somebody who they know is going to have, you know, is intimate friends with their business partner's wife, right? You're going to get a different type of treatment. One person is starting at square 0, one person starting at square 10. And so that's more what I'm talking about, is as having other people whose lives are together, who are established, and who have intimate knowledge of the people around them, introducing you to somebody. You guys are at a dinner party and meet, right? Oh, I want to introduce you to so-and-so. She's a great girl, or he's a great guy. That aspect, that communal aspect of pairing, I think is really missing. And I think that's why so many people are having problems.
Well, I can agree with that to some extent, but the thing is, and like this, and I'm just like thinking about this like right now, and I want to address what R said in the chat in a second, but okay, so I can see that from somebody that's like, 25, 30 years old or above. But meeting someone that's like my age, I don't think that that's necessarily gonna be I don't think that's gonna be like a viable solution for somebody that's 22, between 20 and 20.
Why not?
Because you don't have a business, like you don't have those types of connections when you're that young outside of your school. Like if you go to college, you're
do
not
you
going to have
assume-
ingrained connections.
How do you assume that about a person you have not vetted and you don't truly know?
Well, if you're okay, I'll say it like this: if you're 5, 6, 7, 8 states away, there's no way you're gonna have people that are in that area, and it doesn't matter. Like you may have like some distant second cousin or something like that just happened to move to that city, but you're not gonna have ingrained like social circles when you move 6, 7, 8 states away for college, or you move away from your hometown. Like you're not going to have that. And it's not even a question of how good of a networker you are. It's just absolutely physically impossible.
As
Okay.
as an
Sorry.
older brother, I would suggest to you not to use the crystal ball so much, because that crystal ball that you have, it is not necessarily true all the time. I think every man on this panel, Q Butter, Aaron, Chaos, can tell you when you overthink something, you actually are calling stuff to be when it's really not, and you're kind of brain pimping yourself by doing that. You're kind of saying things are absolute when you have no clear-cut evidence that it is. But that is your theory. I'm not going to crap on it. I just suggest that you not trust that crystal ball so much.
I mean, I don't think it's a crystal ball because it's not a crystal ball because it's just logic. Oh, I'm gonna say it like this.
Wait. Before you say it like that, I'll say this.
Okay.
So for my son's birthday, my eldest son, he's planning on going, I think it's Thailand, because some individuals he met when he was in school in Japan are having their second wedding. They had one, because they're both from different countries, so they had one wedding in one country, and their second wedding is going to be in Thailand. So he's going to go to the second wedding for his birthday. It just happens to literally they're having the wedding on his birthday. Why do I say this? I'm saying this because he went to a whole different country. He went to Japan, right? He went there to go to school. And that first in and of itself introduces you to a certain kind of people, right? Because almost all the students are foreign at the school he was going to. They're all from various countries, right? And they're obviously driven because they've left their country to go to school. And he networked within that. And then also me as his mother, right? I would meet, people who, in my case, I'm Christian, so missionaries and things like that happened to be in that area. And I'd be like, oh, these people came by, they're really near where you are. Let me give you their contacts, things like that. And then it was for him as a young man to then establish relationships with people so that he could do something like be invited to a wedding in Thailand, right? So a lot of that, and I'm not a man, the men can speak to this more, a lot of that goes with is just establishing yourself in life as a young man. When you move away, right, you should be focused. If I were driven and how I raise my children, your focus should not be anything other than engaging with people for your advancement, right? And then you start to establish and build those relationships. So let's say this is especially true for first generational Black wealth. Maybe you don't want to be hooked up with the people in the neighborhood that you grew up in because you're trying to do something better with your life. Maybe your family is a screwed up family and they can't connect you with anybody to pair with, right? That's the life for some people. Then it's going to be on you to establish relationships, and perhaps pairing and marrying should not be your priority, but establishing a foundation for yourself and a network of people for yourself should be your foundation, right? And then the dating and marriage thing comes after you've established that foundation so that you can properly pair, especially because you don't want to pair up too early and miss the opportunity to make a better match, right? So I think that comes into pragmatism and just a different level of what it comes to, as a man, and how you move in your life when you're trying to create an environment for yourself that may be, for example, better than where you came from. And I'm not saying that's necessarily what you're trying to do. I'm just saying this seems like more of a problem with first generational Black wealth, right? Because you don't have anybody in the place you're looking to advance yourself that you already know, right? Or maybe you came, like I said, from a screwed up family. So you can't do what I'm describing, right? But that doesn't mean that you can't set the foundation so that that's possible. So maybe mating and pairing up with somebody shouldn't be your priority until you've established that. That would be my advice. Now, this is coming, I didn't have to do that for myself. I mean, I come from a family where like my uncle got introduced to his wife by his father and her father, right? So these kind of things are really common where in my environment. But if you're building that life for yourself from scratch, then you should focus on laying that foundation and not looking for a partner. That would just be my personal opinion.
But that's exactly what I was getting at, Irene. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Because it's not going to be possible for you to, well, you just said it perfectly, so I don't have to beat a dead horse, so I'm not going to. But that is exactly what I was trying to say. And that's why I was trying to say to Mr. Research that it's not going to be just, oh, you have a network with somebody, or, well, you go and find someone that's 12 states away and you're both in college. Sure, you're not just 12 states away yourself, but you're both 12 states away. That either one of you or both of you are going to have some sort of network. And that's what I'm saying isn't really going to be feasible. So there was another thing I was trying to say too, but I kind of lost my train of thought.
Can I add in something to that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Mr. Reese. It's weird because like you don't really avoid your network. I think what Irene is saying, like, just look for the guidance, and I think that's a lack of in the community. With like just the experience, like what you're getting right now is exactly what Miss Irene is talking about. You're 22 years old, got a bunch of people that's like 20 years older than you guiding you. You see what I'm saying? So when you go out there to the mall and you out there moving and you like, yo, I'm a high value man, I'm powerful. It's not just about the money, it's about my energy. You're gonna meet women in your network. And you should look to people in your network for guidance and information to help you out on how to deal with that situation. And the resources that you're gonna share from someone who has a similar mindset, even if they're not in the same field. But if they're like, you do physics and they do, she does computer science, or you're into, you're in rehab and resales, and she does, credit repair and finances. Like those things go hand in hand. So you're not going to avoid that. And as you're pushing yourself in that field, you want to find somebody who's pushing themselves in the field equivalent.
Yeah, and to Q Butter's point, Q Butter is saying, if you adapt as the situation presents itself, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, you just adapt. The way you present as if you're passing the judgment more so than exploring what the Wednesday opportunity is because you're basing everything on what you saw on Monday. Me and Q Butter can't roll like that. Whatever happened Monday happened Monday. Today is Wednesday. How can we do business? So when you present it as an absolute, and it comes across kind of confusing. Did I lose that, Q Butter, or did I get it wrong, or what?
Nah, you on point. Definitely on point.
Well, okay.
It might be different for Irene because Irene's a lady, but like Q Butter said, we're guys and we're more so like you, and we don't kind of identify with that. If there's not an opportunity there on Monday, then you reevaluate that come Wednesday. You don't stick to what you thought you saw on Monday. That was Monday.
And that's an example to me of being high value.
That's real talk, Mr. Research.
I can fall out with Q Butter 2 weeks ago. There's an opportunity to do business right now because Aaron got this situation and we don't like each other, Q Butter, but check this out here. Let's see if we can get to this money. I think when I hear you present, it's like you had a problem with Q Butter, therefore you can't do no. So it's hard for us to understand. Irene can understand it, but it's hard for us to understand it.
Well, I think that's a little bit of a misrepresentation.
Hold on, dog. You made a good point for research because it was a situation like that. Like I'm kind of changing the subject a little bit, but it's along the lines of what Mr. Research was talking about. It's like, okay, take for example the label Death Row Records, perfect example. They had both Bloods and Crips working on the same label. Now, we know in the street, both of these groups will rip each other apart, kill each other on the streets day in, day out, every day. But when it came to getting this money, when it came to getting the bag, as they say today, that's what they did. They put aside all those differences, all those street beefs, and went out there and made this money.
I mean, I'm gonna say like this, because I think that the summation that Mr. Research said was a little bit of a misrepresentation of what I was saying. So, I'm gonna clarify what I was saying with Irene, and then I'm going to get a little bit more.
Okay, well, clarify it because I had y'all muted for a second because I was talking to Mr. Okay. So I don't even know what you said. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I would, like I was saying before, I think that Mr. Research misrepresented a little bit of what I'm saying, because what I'm saying specifically, and I'm gonna clarify this a little bit. I'm gonna say it like this. Perfect example. I was supposed to move to DC before the quarantine, but DC shut down during the quarantine. I don't know very many people from DC. I know like 5 people from DC, maybe, but I've only spent like 2 weeks total in DC. So the school that I was supposed to go to is very well known for having like very high value, like people that go there, and high value being objectively high value because it's like one of the top 5 schools in the country. And like, Saudi princes and all of that other stuff go there for school. But at the end of the day, I don't know any of those people. So me having a network with them is going to be, well,
they like to have sex with camels. They're like weirdos.
I mean, I'm just saying
That's
like
very
the
low
type
value sex with a camel. I just
I'm just saying the type of people that go there. Like it's actual literal royalty. Like I think one of the the British princes went there too, or something like that. So that's what I'm saying.
And
fine.
apparently they like to have sex with children. Didn't that come out? Didn't the British prince?
Well,
I'm
yeah,
telling
that's
you,
how it is
people,
overseas.
there are real weirdos out here. Y'all just don't
That's
know.
how it is overseas, though, Irene. It's like a lot of people, other than Africa, a lot of people have sex with animals and they have sex with children. It's nothing for like I lived in Romania, France, England, and the Grip, and I lived in their early 90s. It's nothing for a 32, 34-year-old guy to date a 14-year-old girl. It's nothing.
Yeah,
It's
because like
nothing. Yeah, it's nothing for zoophilia. It's nothing for. I mean, put it this way, and this is why I try to tell dudes in the manosphere: don't idolize a bunch of white women just because you like their pale skin and what have you. Because when you dig into the history of some people, including men too, you'll find that their girlfriend or boyfriend 8 years ago was a dog. Why do you think people still make dog dildos and horse dildos? Because people are buying them, and it's not black folks. So
I didn't even know people made that.
yes, it's a $1 billion business.
I am going to add. I'm gonna abdicate from that part of the conversation because I've shown my face on this video and I will not have it associated with that conversation right now.
But I mean, it's not even about. It really is not a tangent. If you look at it with like business is business, and some people are taking advantage of the fact, like what Miss Irene said, that there are people who are in a certain part of life, and they want bullshit, and so there's people out there who just look for people who are looking for bullshit, and they sell them it. Oh, you know what? You hate black women? I'm gonna make a bunch of videos for you about black women because I know you hate black women. Oh, you hate dark-skinned people? I'm gonna make a bunch of videos for you hate dark-skinned people. Oh, you're addicted to having sex with anything? Well, I'm gonna make dildos out of anything for you. You know, so and there's these people that capitalize off of that. And then there's the capitalistic view where it's like, don't say anything. Who cares? That's their right to sell anything and that's their right to buy anything. And it's like, why get mad at? So how you gonna get mad at a drug dealer? You know, and it's really when and it comes back to that side. Our community has to be our community where we set our morals. You know, like he was alluding to, like, no, that's that white people shit. And a lot of times these dudes are going after these white women who are introducing them to crazy lifestyles. You know what I mean? And it's like you got to be aware of that. And for you, young brother, you know, my pops told me college is about networking. If you want to be smart, go read a book. If you're in a college filled with princes and princesses and whatever the hell else, you already are in the mix. So now you got to make yourself seem like somebody that got to be around. So you see three people talking in the hallway, you walk by and just start ear hustle. Oh, word, I'm into that too. What you studying in school?
Real talk.
In school.
Well, that's hopefully the plan. Wait, can I want to address R real quick.
What are you studying in school though?
I graduated in English and I'm going to grad school at Georgetown. And then from grad school, I'm going to apply to Georgetown Law.
But I will make your next graduation because we won't be in the middle of a pandemic. He invited me to his graduation, but then there was a pandemic.
Yeah, and we didn't have the graduation. Well, technically, you could still come to that one, even though I probably won't be there because they're supposed to.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because they're supposed to have the graduation in like the 2021 graduation, I think. But I really don't want to go, so I'm not sure I'm not sure about that one. But anyway, what was I about to say? Oh, I gotta scroll up in the chat a little bit because R said something about 10 minutes ago that I wanted to wait. Where is it? He said something about when I was talking about the girl from the college. Okay, wait. Okay, he said at 2 34. He said, "You do not seem like the go-get-it type. She wanted you to be aggressive just a little for her not to embarrass herself. Even with all that attention, she was maybe still not that confident." Okay. So I'll speak on my behalf more or less first, and then I'll speak to what I know of her, because I don't know her like the back of my hand, but I have been more or less friends with her for a while, so I at least know the bare bones, if that makes any sense. So personally, I mean, I'm pretty reserved, which I'm pretty sure most people can surmise. But I go from 0 to 100, if that makes any sense. Like, I have a lot of energy. I just have to bring that energy out. Like, if I'm around low energy people, then I'm not going to be like as bombastic. But like, I can match the energy of pretty much anyone, if that makes any sense. And I typically prefer to do like adventurous stuff. And matter of fact, case in point, right? When I was a freshman, I had a group of like 5 friends. And one of them in particular, he liked to work out a lot. So, because of that, and I was on the track team at the time, and I was a distance runner. So I would run like 5-10 miles a day. So basically every day that we had off, I would run through the city, like on like some exploring the city type stuff, like not drive. Like, I would physically run through the city, like 5-10 miles just to get throughout the city. And that was what we did freshman year. Like, we would run 5 miles, 10 miles through the city. But he left school going into sophomore year. And from that, nobody else would, do that sort of stuff. So I stopped running because I didn't have anyone to run with. It's like, and I wasn't going to run by myself, because we would typically run at like 2, 3, 4 in the morning, because it's Louisiana, so it's like 100 degrees during the day. So no. So we would basically just go on like night adventures, just run to like the French Quarter in New Orleans. And I'm not gonna do that by myself, because obviously it's New Orleans. You can easily get shot or caught.
You kind of answered it yourself, though, King.
Hmm?
You answered it yourself. You know what I mean? Like, your motivation needs somebody else, and that's what it's almost. You have to go and actively find people. Like, that's part of your mission, is going to find people that will motivate you in life. Because sometimes in life you won't get on the path, and that's just how it is. You may not want to go fill out an application. You might not want to finish your book. You may not wake up in the morning, so you got to find people that's always going to motivate you, and that's going to keep you focused on your goals. Because you're right. Like, sometimes you give up if you don't have the right people around you. We're social beings. We're primates.
Well, I mean, it's a mixture, because I am pretty self-motivated, but at the same time, I feel like that's a societal thing, that if you don't have the right people to help you meet your goals, then you're sort of just not going to be as what's the word for it? You're not going to be as adamant about completing them. Because I'll say like this, like, let's say like something Irene talks about all the time. Let's say I want to start a revolution. Hypothetically, of course, FBI agent that's listening to this. Let's say I wanted to start a revolution. Like Irene's been talking about for like the last 2, 3, 4 years. She can't start that revolution, and by extension, I couldn't start that revolution if the people around me don't want a revolution. Well, it's a similar thing. Like, I can be as motivated as I want to. I can grab my gun. I can get some grenades in my pocket and start chucking them in the nearest building. But if nobody else picks up a gun and starts chucking the grenades with me, then I'm just a lunatic with some grenades and guns.
But that's what brother. That goes back to what brother R was saying, where you're making these goals, and you're already saying it won't happen. No, fuck that. You are the revolution. That is it. You know what I mean? You the last man standing. You the last man shooting. That's it, B. Ain't no, oh, nobody else has showed up to the revolution, man. Fuck this. I'm going back to work for white people. Nah, B. I don't like them types. I'm the type, I don't give a fuck who wake up with me. I'm the revolution. It's me against all these crackers. I fuck them.
I mean, I think there's a difference between like leading something and then just going out and doing something without any established support or any.
You ever seen a picture of the wolves? You ever seen a picture of wolves walking through the snow?
Yeah.
The first wolf has to do what in the snow?
Walk.
He makes it easier for the wolves that's walking behind him.
Well, okay. And okay, I'll say it like this.
That's why we think. That's why
wait. I want to say this first. I want to
tell us when you finish,
because I feel like this is a greater. I feel like
this is really. Can I just say? I just want to say two things before you finish. Number one, have you ever read the Book of Numbers?
No.
Okay, you won't get the joke. You won't get the joke then. Number two, I thought this was about dating some chick. I'm lost. I feel like I'm cool with like whatever you're talking about. It's just that I'm trying, like you started off, you're like, I'm going to say something.
It's hard to follow.
And you started talking about like running, and now you're talking about a revolution, but you never got, so I don't care if you go to a different topic. I'm just wondering, have we moved topics, or is this like circling back around?
Okay, so I was circling it back around because I can't remember who asked me the question, but I think it was Q Butter. But basically, I was saying that I have energy, but that energy isn't typically matched, if that makes any sense. So I don't typically go roo rah 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 because there's not really that many people around that go roo rah 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 rah. Like if I go, I have friends from like New York, DC, Florida, or whatever. If I go around them, they'll be roo rah 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 with me, and I can be roo rah 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 rah. But a lot of the people that I know that went to school with me aren't those type of people. So Q Butter said something along the lines of you have to lead it yourself. You have to be able to find that motivation in yourself. And I said that, and my response to that, this is where the running thing came.
Oh, wait. So this is like the dating thing.
Yeah.
And then this ties into whoever made the comment about, like, it seems like you aren't like basically, I think this is the argument. Like, as a man, if you want something, this is my opinion, I'm not a man, but as a man, if you want something, you just have to make it happen. And you have to attempt to get it. So when it's dealing with another person, like a woman, like she might say no, but you don't always have to look for all the signs in a woman. Heck, a woman may not know that she's interested in you until you let her know that she's interested. Do you know what I mean? Until you put yourself in a position to know, or maybe she is interested, but for whatever reason, no matter how she is with anybody else, with you, she's some other kind of way. I think the overarching thing was, if you have an interest in someone or something, then you need to just attempt to make that happen. And it can't be dependent upon what people around you are trying to do. Now, I think I get the revolution analogy that you were making. For me, I kind of see it in the way of you and Q Butter when it comes to that idea. The thing is, if my ultimate goal is success, right? Then, of course, when it's something big like a revolution where it would require a mass of people, I would hope to garner that. If I'm dealing with somebody one-on-one, then I'm going to do everything in my power to make something happen if I want it to happen. And if the person gets on board with it, then great. And if they don't, well, then you know what? You're not going to be the one. So I think that's kind of just the vibe. It's just like, if you hold back because you feel like you're not getting, back to your running analogy, you're not getting the energy from the other person that you need to sustain whatever action you're engaging in. If that's how you function, I mean, I guess that's how you function. But the argument could also be made that part of being a leader is, think about like a store manager. If the team is not up to snuff, you can't be like, man, y'all aren't giving me the energy that I need to lead you. You've got to just, you've got to pump them up, right? So leaders have to make something out of nothing.
And according to the Bible, the term husband means manager. You're managing the family. So
Right.
But after you finish, Dark, I want to say something about these 50-50 relationship dudes. But go ahead. I'll wait till you finish.
Yeah. So, I was getting at something along those lines that you were saying, Irene, about the requiring other people for like big things. But I wanted to talk about a greater societal issue because Mr. Research was saying something. I can't quite remember exactly what it was. Because we kind of got like 15 minutes removed from it. But wait, what was I gonna say? It was something along the lines. Geez, wait, hold on 1 second. I gotta get my train of thought.
Man, what is wrong with us? Why are we awake?
Wait, I'm trying to.
What's going on? Are we all in California?
No, we're just waiting on Dark. Dark takes a
Yeah,
while.
I lost my train of thought for a second, and
Can I address something while you try to find?
I want you to get a Bible and
remember
read the book of Numbers.
I remember
Because
Okay.
Mr. said something about you, and I was like, he talks like the Bible. And then somebody was saying something about you tonight, and I was like, he's like the book of Numbers. Just
Wait,
read
what?
the book of Numbers, and you'll see what I mean.
I need some context for that, but
It's not, you would have to read it to fully understand.
okay, but okay. I think that's a greater societal issue about having people that. Okay. I'll address the last thing. I think it was Irene was saying, and then I'll bring it out. I think I'll try and bring it back to what I was thinking about. I think this was Irene that was saying that the manager's job is to bring the people that are under him up to snuff. That was you, Irene?
Yeah, like leaders, they don't base their energy or how they move off of the people around them's energy. If something needs to be done, they just bring everybody up to the level they need to be at.
Well, okay. So I agree, but I kind of disagree at the same time, because I think I've talked about this on another live with you, about the idea that a leader's only going to be as quote unquote good as his army. And no matter how good a leader is, if the army itself doesn't have the motivation or want to try and do something, then it's not going to get done. It's the same thing as a 4-star general trying to lead on the ground. It's not going to happen, because the 4-star general is made to lead the big idea. The 4-star general is supposed to say, oh, these however many hundreds of thousands of people are supposed to attack this country in a certain type of way. So it's a difference between having a 4-star general trying to lead privates in the army versus the 4-star general telling people who are corporals, lieutenants, and all that other stuff where they need to be, and having them do it. But without the corporals and the lieutenants and the rank and file, all of
But
that.
if they're all ho hum, yeah, I don't know. I'm demotivated. Like I don't want to come to the meeting. Then like the business still has to get done, but we're just talking about one individual person, right? So
I mean, the individual person, I kind of got
I
off of
don't,
that
Mark,
topic.
I don't think this matters because I think you are way too preoccupied with coupling.
Wait, what?
Yes, I do. Because talking to you over the years, you bring up coupling a lot. And
Wait,
I
what
just
does that
think,
even mean? Wait, what's coupling? I need like
You're
I only
22.
have,
You're 22.
wait, what does coupling mean?
like, okay, so I think it's healthy because you're heterosexual, right? And you're a man. So I'm not saying interest in the opposite sex is not important. I'm saying that you give these things a lot of deep thought, which I like. And I think that tendency will be healthy later on. But I just think you're in a place where it doesn't matter. I mean, think about this. Even if you had approached the girl and she had been receptive, you're leaving, you've graduated, you're going on to graduate school. So you can't really be bothered with her like that anyway. So it really just doesn't matter. I'm just saying, like, at this point in your life, it just doesn't really matter. You're so young and your life is not established and you don't know where you're going to land yet. So any interest that you have in the opposite sex is going to be at best super, super casual and temporary, because this goes back to what I was saying is you haven't laid your foundation yet. You're still laying the bricks of the foundation of your life right now. The last thing you really want to do is get caught up with some chick.
I mean, yeah, and that's exactly the same mentality that made me not pursue her as heavily as she may have wanted. But that's why I said that I was speaking more about the general societal implications than I was about the girl herself.
No, goodness rated Butte, hit and run is not what you're 20. Stop saying that. Or Bo. Why do I say you, Bo? Goodness rated Bo, don't say that because that's how people get caught up. Then you have people out here
Bo.
on child support, can't go to graduate school because they got a baby to support.
Hey,
No,
Bo,
don't hit and quit it. You hit and quit the wrong one.
Hey, Bo, I think that you're I think that you're
Not
100% spot on with that.
I think that you're 100% spot on with that one, Bo.
No, don't hit and quit the wrong one. You play the games.
See. This is I just want
Just strap up, my dude. That's all you have to do.
I just want to.
No, that won't work. That won't
Oh,
work.
yes, it will. Yes, it will.
Especially not in your 20-somethings. It
Yes,
won't work.
it will. Yes, it will.
Condom might slip off. You might bite it off. She might flip it off. She might take it out the toilet and impregnate herself. Like, don't play the game.
Okay, 2 things for dudes as her age. Either you learn how to control your cum or you wear the condom.
Don't.
You go to be in court.
At that age yet, I advise you.
All right, you Bill Cosby people. Y'all keep thinking it's safe.
I'm just saying he's like, I'm going to, and especially the way that you talk, you know,
he got a crystal ball.
And the prince goes there and the thing goes there. She'd be like, oh, this is going to be the one. This is going to be the one that's going to get me knocked up. This is going to be my meal ticket. So you might just want to focus on laying your
meal ticket. There's no meal ticket, man. Don't worry about it.
Well, look, this is how the manosphere stuff gets born, though. It's like a lot of times guys really need to be focused on making their moves and moving mountains and creating a portfolio in life. You know, whatever you plan on doing. And too many times, not talking about his situation, but just on a different topic. Too many times, dudes, they get too caught up in trying to control a chick. And the chick get too caught up in trying to control a penis with a wallet.
Yeah.
If people would go out here, think about their children or their children to be, and focus on mastering their profession or mastering whatever it is they say they're getting into, make your hustle into a real business. That type of stuff. Somebody in the chat room said, Mr. Research sounds condescending and arrogant. Well, I'm sorry. That's what high producing dudes sound like. Now I apologize. I'm quite sure Q Butter on certain days sound real real condescending at the school. Because
Mhm.
I ain't gonna lie.
Goodness rated, go alone.
And it's
Goodness rated, no. But I will say this. I didn't hear you sound condescending. I think that happened when I was talking to Mr. But I will say this. Honestly, yeah, even Mr. He was cracking me up one day. He was like, "I'm very humble." I was like, it doesn't work that way. You can't self-proclaim humbleness. Like, that's literally moronic in its nature. But he's very cocky. He really is. And yes,
You gotta be.
butter
That's good. That's good.
I would say
Drake, if you cut
yes,
that's good.
they're but
You
a
want
little
one that could
cockiness
be
is
up at
attractive.
that.
It's attractive.
No. But look, I had to check my boss today. Because my boss, he sat me down and he was talking about my productivity. And then it switched into some gossipy manager. I got to protect the other manager nonsense. And I didn't jump down his throat. You know, I was measured and calculated. I smiled a lot. And I said, remember we had that meeting about 5 months ago and you guys were asking about Black Lives Matter. And I said, sometimes I want to just be seen as human. I don't want to be seen as the big dark-skinned guy.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of those examples. What you're doing right now, you're making me out through this other person that you're trying to protect as the aggressive guy.
Yeah.
And he said, you know what? When you said that, it makes sense because we see you as cool and jovial. And matter of fact, I just finished passing out ice cream cookies 15 minutes before we had this conversation. But I said to our staff, I do little things. I'm a manager. I do little things to help our staff. But my point is, here's somebody trying to manipulate my boss into looking at me in a condescending a-hole way. We're at work. It's competitive. We have, but my average chaos rain comes to our hospital just to spend 15 minutes. That's an average $800 bill.
Yep.
Okay. I'm processing probably $250,000 on a regular Monday.
Mm-hmm.
So when I'm having these meetings and these boardroom type of situation, and I'm the only black man, Q Butter, you know what that feels. I'm the only brother in this whole building. So I can't be sitting up here. Yes, I'm going to sound condescending, but I'm humble on this one fact. If you're right about some information, if you're correct about some information, or if it's just your time to talk, then I'll discipline myself and let.
Oh, he did it too, y'all. Did you see him do it too? I told you. Goodness rated. I told you.
Wait,
What
what?
I told you.
What happened?
He called himself humble too. I'm telling you, there's a type, and they really are assholes. But it's like an attractive.
Hey, that's what you do.
I'm not mad.
That's what it is. That's
Assholes
what it is, Irie.
No, I ain't gonna lie.
An asshole too, but it's like a very attractive sort of asshole. It'll rub you the wrong way, but see, when they're sweet, but when they're assholes, they're assholes. And I remember I literally just made a joke about Mr. calling himself humble, and then he literally did some self-proclamation too. It's a type, it's a prototype. The thing is, you just can't let the prototype run you the wrong way. They don't mean any harm by it. I think you almost have to be like lightweight antisocial and like a little bit of a jerk to be successful in business. I feel like that must be the vibe, because I've never met a man that was very successful who wasn't actually an asshole. And I don't mean that like in a bad way, but like,
because people come to
actually an
manipulate.
asshole.
People come to manipulate. People, just like this conversation I'm having with my boss. This is an unnecessary conversation I'm having. Why are you coming to me about what's literally a gossip conversation between managers? This has no relevance. And all because I said to them, hey, I no longer want to assist y'all with the COVID situation. I've helped you guys for 5 months, and as the oldest person helping, for 5 months, I think, call on some other people.
Mhm.
Oh, they got upset at that. There was a whole meeting about that. And I'm like, nah. So unfortunately, we got to be assholes sometimes because people try to just
Walk over you.
Well, I work at a hospital. So people try to manipulate the system. You feel me? And it's like, come on, we ain't doing it like that. And just like when we have conversations on panels or whatever, I don't mind learning from people, but sometimes people try to say statements of fact. Irene is wearing red. Well, do you have any evidence that Irene is wearing red? You're being disingenuous. Irene's wearing red. Irene does not look like she's wearing red, but I will accept whatever source information you got. See, you trying to be condescending. See, it's hard to have a panel discussion with people like that.
Real talk, though, honestly, that's part of it. But part of it, y'all, I'm gonna just keep it real, is that they're actually assholes. Like, they just really think they're the shit. This is my personal experience, is that they think they're the shit. They've been in enough positions where they were that dude that they can be condescending and assholes, literally, like in the same breath. And I think it's just kind of part of the package. It just really, really, okay, think of it this way. A really, really attractive woman, right? A really, really beautiful woman. It is never appropriate for her to say that she feels really, really attractive, right? People look at that and then they'll say that's being conceited. But if she's really, really attractive, she would really just be stating a fact, right? But attractive women overwhelmingly are conceited. The ones who pretend not to be conceited are doing that because the expectation is that it's not okay for them to just be conceited. Successful men are the same way. They know that they are successful. That makes them cocky assholes. But they know that they're supposed to have a level of humbleness to come with their success, which brings in the self-proclamations that I've never seen one of them not make. So I think they're genuinely just assholes. I mean, but I don't mean that like in a negative way. I just mean that it kind of ends up coming with the package. People are always telling my daughters how pretty they are, and I have to knock them down a few notches because once you are good at something, if you're a wonderful singer, for example, right? I know you can sing. If a million people tell you that every day and you're always the best singer in the room, that's going to resonate in your personality, right? And you might be condescending to somebody who has a pretty voice but can't really sing like you can sing. So I think sometimes it just comes with the territory of being successful in a particular area. And it just kind of is what it is. And I don't think people mean any harm about it, by it. I just think that's why I use the pretty woman and the successful man thing. I think women learn to be a check and a balance because society is harder on us if we expose that side of us versus men, especially in corporate or business settings, can get away a little bit more with exposing a little bit of that cockiness and bravado because it's almost necessary in a competitive environment with other men, and people won't descend on you. But so part of it could be that you need to be stern, but part of it is, it just is what it is. Like they get cocky because of their positioning. Their positioning makes them cocky and it just comes through. This is part of their personality. But when you get past the hard exterior, there is a gummy center. And we just have to focus on the gummy center. I just say this for all the women who will marry these men one day. Just focus on the gummy center because that's going to be the part that you cuddle with at night. So
now I want to address something in the chat that I think is funny. Ox said you have to pretend to be self-conscious to make average-looking men comfortable, and I think that's just
no. You really do.
But I wanted to say this though. I think that Mr. Research contradicted himself a little bit, and this is what I think he contradicted himself on. Earlier I was talking about the idea of why I would be reluctant to do certain activities, because the people that would be in the subordinate class were either too lazy or unwilling or incompetent to do it. Why I wouldn't want to participate in those sorts of things. But the contradiction came in when you described, Mr. Research, the gossip situation. You were saying, well, why would I engage with you if this is just a gossip conversation? This means nothing. Well, that's just a pragmatic example of what I was describing earlier. So I think that you contradicted yourself on that one, and I'll give you the floor if you want to.
I don't understand which sentence was a contradiction. So
Can
what
I-
I
can I-
said
can I-
was,
Because earlier I was
Go ahead,
describing,
Cuba.
and you said earlier that it's in a man's nature to just do what he's supposed to do despite the support of everyone else. But just a second ago, you were describing the story about how the people in your office were making gossip and stuff about you. And you were like, oh, well, we're supposed to do our business. We have to get our business done. That's
I'm
essentially just a practical situation that describes exactly what I was talking about. Now, I have a few things I want to address that's in the chat, but I'm a
little confused because I was checking my boss between him and his linear. That has nothing to do with me. If there's no evidence that has to do with my productivity, that's the end of it. I don't even know why we're having this conversation. So I can't correlate the two with what you're talking about. Maybe Q Butter can help me, but I'm just confused because I'm checking my boss from addressing me about something. See, that's another thing. I think that me, Q Butter, and people like us are well, I can't speak for Q Butter. Let me just speak for myself. I can't put myself in a position where something can be used later on in my file. And when we say when Q Butter was saying make the moves to get whatever done, that's in relation to actions. What we're talking about now is something you may not have went through yet, which is called soft skills. Soft skills are totally different than action-oriented skills. If Q Butter needs X amount of money to come into his school, he needs to hold a conversation in such a way that doesn't ruffle feathers but still gets that money in. That's a soft skill. So I think maybe sometimes what happens is sometimes when people hold conversations and it happens to me too. If I don't understand it, maybe that's the maybe it's not that I contradicted myself. Maybe you just didn't understand that it was a different set of scenarios than what Q Butter was saying. But I yield.
Because I was hoping he went back to that young king. When it comes to motivation and being a leader, when you say you can't be a general of an army that's not going to do anything, that's the reason why you're the general. Your job is to get them to be motivated. So
Well,
you have to look at it like that. And when you look at your own life, you are the general of your own life. So to me, I see what Mr. Research said as the same situation where he could have sat there and went ahead with what his boss, what his employer was saying. Or he could have said as a leader, I'm not taking no part in that. And from now on, that boss is not really in the boss position because he just bossed up on him saying, look, don't come to me with that type of conversation.
I want to say something real quick because that is a perfect segue, because I wanted to address something that I think it was this Real Serious B said in the chat. And she was saying something about the idea of she said something along the lines of, and I don't want to scroll up to find it because it's probably buried by now, but she said something along the lines of he has older people telling him their experiences, and he's contradicting that. Is that not a form of arrogance arrogance or condescending or whichever word you use. And I wanted to explain something about that because I've gone through this sort of thing my entire life. And I think this ties in perfectly to what we were talking about just now. I don't respect age as an absolute indicator of wisdom. So and this is something that I've had since I was like 3, 4, 5 years old, because I've seen people that when I was 5 years old, I was more competent than a 35-year-old person. And I learned very early on that just because someone is older than you, it doesn't mean that they are A, wiser, or B, more competent.
Now,
So very early on, I adapted the idea.
When you get older, you'll realize that younger people cannot be held responsible. And so that's the major difference maker.
Exactly.
Wait, hold on. I want to finish the thought.
You'll when you get older, you'll learn to look at younger people different. You may see young age is not, but age is an indicator of lack of responsibility, lack of experience.
I don't necessarily think that's true, because
No, I get, wait, can I, before you go to the I don't think it's true, because now as an old person, I just want to say this. I think it's very common for young people to feel that they are more competent or more wise than older people. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying that 9 times out of 10, unless you're just surrounded by semi-morons, 9 times out of 10, it's your perception, but it's not reality. And I think also a lot of times adults do things, and because you don't have the life experience, you don't understand, and you view it as incompetence rather than realizing that their advice or reaction or behavior is based on the life experience on that thing. I'll give you a really good example. My son's going to hear me say this. So my son, when he decided he wanted to go to school in Japan, the Japanese government gives out a scholarship, a full ride scholarship to go to school in their country. And people can get it all over the globe. And so my mother and I were like, okay, when you have your tutors, you should really have a math tutor, right? Because he only had to take 2 portions of the test because he was going into, he wants to translate ultimately for the United Nations. And so he, one part of the test was Japanese, right? But speaking Japanese wasn't a requirement to go to school in Japan. And the second part of the test was mathematics. And she and I were both telling him, like, you really need to focus on the math tutoring because you might be the best of the best in your school district, right? But this is a global scholarship and people are competitive, and mathematics is very heavy, especially in Asian countries. There's a heavy focus on math. And he was like, no, I just only want a Japanese tutor. So when he went out for the scholarship the first time, he got the interview, but he didn't get the scholarship. There were people there who had just worked harder in that area. I don't think he scored high enough on the mathematics portion of the test because he was focused on his passion, which was Japanese. And then he went out again and he didn't get it. And ultimately, I just paid to send him to go to school in Japan. Here's my point. My point is that I find, and you'll hear a lot of older people say this, that young people always think they know better, they know more, they are smarter. And a lot of times we'll look at you and we'll hear you say something like what you said and we'll just let it slide. Do you know what I mean? Because we've met this person before and we've been that person before, right? But again, 9 times out of 10, 8 times out of 10 as best, you don't know more. You aren't wiser. You aren't, like, you're just not. Because even if a person chooses to make the wrong choice with their lives, there's no replacing life experience. Not to say that experiences cannot be condensed, because I know some very innocent old people. Like I know elderly people who are innocent as hell. But that is not the norm. So I'm just throwing that out there.
I like what Q Butter said. It's the responsibility factor. When a younger person, and not all younger people, some younger people are wise, but most younger people, going to Q Butter's point, when they screw up, they say oops, and they look for an older person to help them. I think about technology a lot. Technology has a lot of young people in it. And I had to say to this one guy, do you understand why they hire young people? He said, oh man, because we know our stuff and we know the software. You think guys who used to work at IBM and Hewlett Packard don't know the same thing you know? I asked the tech guy, did you ever heard about ageism? He said, no, what is that? I said, so you're operating in an industry that you don't fully understand. People stop getting hired around 30, 32, 36 because HR, regardless of what you know, doesn't consider you profitable to have on their health insurance. So getting a younger person is better. Then on top of that, you'll get $80,000 or $125,000, but you signed away all your rights once you went into that job as a young person. So anything you invent is now owned by the company. And once they got what they need out of you, which is called brain draining, they get rid of you. This is why most tech people will have 3 to 5 jobs within 3 years of time. But at the same time, they'll go to everybody else. Oh, I'm winning. Look at my money. And then I always ask people, why do you think most older, not all, but most older tech people end up driving Uber, getting a repair shop? You know, I'm out here in Silicon Valley.
I thought you were going to say leave the company and start building and then just sell the things they build.
No, look, I used to work at Atari. I used to work at Mindspring. I used to work at Earthlink. A lot of dudes don't transfer well. I was over in Alpharetta, Hewlett Packard before it closed when they were going to take Beats by Dre, but the lady messed up the deal. So there's a lot of tech people out there, but I'm just using that as an example. A lot of time they come in and they like, oh, look at what I'm doing. I'm smart. Look at how I'm living. And then next thing you know, they have a stalemate where they don't get hired. I had one guy, and this is my last point. I had one guy, he made a lot of money up until he was 26. And he was sitting on that money, like quarter of a mil. Then he stopped getting calls. Then he couldn't get return calls. It took him another 10 years to where he had to move in. Him and his wife had to move in with his wife's mom. They were doing so bad. And he ended up living out there in White Plains, New York. He had to move all the way to California for a job and stayed in an apartment. You see how that life flip-flop? So it's like a lot of times you get these young people who, you know, they know a lot, just like Q Butter say, until the house is on fire, then it's like, oh, snap.
Well, I kind of wanted to address this because I feel like you guys addressed a few points that I was going to address before Irene interjected. Okay, I'm gonna finish the initial point, and then I'll get into that. So, the initial point I said was that age doesn't necessarily confer wisdom. Wait. Okay, I'll say it like this, because I kind of lost my train of thought on that one. But I do know what I was going to say, and it's probably going to be the exact same thing. I have had to deal with quite a few situations, and I'm not going to get into details, but I've been managing very large groups of people since I was like 14 or 15 years old. And to that end, I've seen a lot of adults that when I'm 16, 17, 18 years old, people who are 25, 35, 40 are deferring to me for answers. And I just remembered the point. because I was going to say this, and this is like a quote, that a personal quote. You can quote me on this. Geez, and it just fell out of my head. Wow. That's what I get for.
But you
doing
said
all
you're a
that.
decision maker.
Well, I'll say it like this. When I choose my team, stuff gets done. But when I'm trying to make things happen for the general welfare generally doesn't meet that same energy. And like I said, I've managed people that into the thousands, the tens of thousands, the hundreds of thousands, quite literally. Matter of fact, I used to, I pseudo ran well, I'm not gonna say a game company, but you could basically say that. And one of the things about that is not only managing.
Wait, hundreds of thousands?
Well, yeah.
I was waiting. I'm sorry.
No, I'm seriously asking.
Okay, because like I said, I don't really get into too much detail, but it's a fairly large game company, and I basically worked for them in an unofficial capacity. And I say unofficial capacity because I was like 14, 15 years old. So it's not legal for you to.
Yeah, they do hire illegally hired children from 12 years old and what have you through the web.
I was just wondering how it got to hundreds of thousands. Because let's say even if a gaming company, because I have a friend who owns a gaming company, even if a gaming company had hundreds of thousands of employees,
Oh no, not
like some would they all wouldn't work in an area where they would have the same management.
No,
Do you know,
no,
like some
employees.
people might be designing, some people might be in the production area, some people might be in distribution, some people might, let's say if they even controlled all these avenues, which most gaming companies don't, some people, would be in transport, but typically all that stuff is outsourced. So I was just wondering, like, it's very rare that a company has hundreds of thousands of employees because so much is outsourced. So that's why I was like wondering, how is that possible?
That's not what I was saying.
Well,
I'm saying hundreds of thousands of people, not hundreds of thousands of employees. So essentially, the way that the game works is this is how most like online games work. There's community management, and then there's the actual game development side. So, I mean, I kind of did both, but more or less the community writing and all that other stuff, because I'm not necessarily a developer guy. I mean, I know the animation and all that other stuff, but actually making the physical code for the game, that's a no. But
one thing that stood out to me that what you said was, you're great at managing a team that you put together. That's like, that's not the, I'm not saying that's not the real world, but you got to deal with what you get sometimes and make what you have the best.
But here's what I'm saying. And it's just kind of getting a little bit confuddled because I was trying to make a distinct point, and I have a whole bunch of different questions coming in, and now I'm forgetting what the point is. But okay, here's the thing. I had like a team of like maybe 5 people that I knew that I could count on. And that team of 5 people made waves with tens, hundreds of thousands of consumers and community members. And I keep forgetting my train of thought because Irene knows this about me. I like to make all of my points in like one long linear fashion, and I'll just wait till the end of every conversation and put all of my points together in this linear fashion and then go on for like 20 or 30 minutes straight. So when people ask me questions, like when I'm trying to keep the train going straight, it's very easy to derail my train of thought. And Irene's laughing because she knows that it's 100% true.
It is true, but I'm also laughing because the whole time, like every time you start talking, people talk about that aspect of how you deliver. And that's why I said you're like numbers, like so-and-so begat so-and-so who begat so-and-so who begat so-and-so who begat so-and-so for like
Oh,
2
that
pages.
numbers? I did read numbers.
And at the end of the day, this is what happened.
That's mad disrespectful, Irene.
What'd you say?
That was
No, I'm just saying, like, you know, because in the Bible they were hecka like verbose that way. So,
But
yo, that's mad funny.
but yeah, so I don't necessarily think that age is an indicator of experience, because I'll say like this: I personally had to grow up on certain things very, very quickly, and that's on top of the idea that I catch on to things very quickly. And that's not just, and I like to go through the world thinking that I'll address every person that I meet on their individual merit. And that's the kind of the point that I was trying to get at earlier before I lost my train of thought. If you are going to be over me, you're going to have to prove that you're superior to me in capability, in intelligence, or whatever the case may be. And I think that's funny because I've known a lot of older people who have felt the same way, because I've worked for people, right? I've worked for people in, you know, internships and all that other stuff. And they're like, matter of fact, one in particular, they hardcore told me, stop working for us. Stop working for us. And he didn't say it because I was a bad worker. He said it because he felt that I was so competent that entry level shouldn't be anywhere near me. He literally told me, I'm not giving you any more work because I want you to go to law school. I'm not giving you any more work because you need to be running the country. And he told me that, and I was like 19 at the time. A guy that runs one of the biggest law firms in the city told me that. And when it comes to the idea of, oh, well, this person's older, therefore we should defer to them, I've never experienced that.
Well,
I've never experienced that in my personal life. I've never experienced someone defer to someone just because they're older.
Well,
and
you
I'll
know
be
what?
honest, I think that that's something that our generation gets harped on, but I think that that's a pretty good notion to have.
Well,
Because
you know,
I've seen a lot of older people, and I'm not saying that about anybody on this panel. I'm just saying, like, as a general societal rule, I've seen a lot of older people that think, oh, I'm 60 years old, you have to listen to me. And there's been this sort of entitlement of the elders. That's what I'm gonna call it. The entitlement of the elders. That once you hit a certain age, that we should just start listening to you.
No, I
And
don't
that
think
doesn't-
nobody cares whether they listen or not. Nobody really cares whether they listen or not. I think that's something imposed from the younger person's point of view. What we're saying is don't start no fires and then ask other people to put it out. What we're saying is what Q Butter said. Go back into that burning house because you started the fire and go put it out. Don't rely on the firefighters because that's what they're here for. Don't do any of that. What we're saying is listen to people when they say, hey, can you not play with that gasoline in that match? Oh, no, but I found a new way to create. Hey. Until you prove that theory, put that match down and put that gasoline down. Facebook tried to invent AI. And what happened with them, it was called Bob and Alice. And what happened with them, they created a small form of AI. It wasn't a true AI. But they turned it on. I don't know if you heard about this, Q Butter and Irene, but they turned it on. And within about a minute and a half, the two computers decided that English, now mind you, they was doing this, they was premiering this to thousands of people in an auditorium. Within a minute and a half, the two computers decided on their own to create their own language between the two and stop using English because creating their own language would make the bidding go faster. The young tech guys got scared, couldn't stop it, and what did they do? Q Butter? They went to the old school method. They unplugged it. They turned off the power source because they couldn't control their own creation. That's what we're talking about. But go ahead, Dark.
Oh yeah, I remember that actually. Wasn't that in like 2015? I want to say.
No, it's like 12.
2012. That sounds a little early because I recall being in high school when that happened, and I was in high school from 12 to 16. So I'm not sure. I'll have to look that up. But I do remember when that happened. Where was I though?
But
yeah,
Irene, whenever you come back, Irene, I want to ask you a question about white women. But go ahead.
No, I like literally came back, y'all. I made 3 bean chili, and I just went and got some because it's like.
Let me ask you this quick question, Irene, because I'm gonna be dropping off soon. So what I'm noticing is a lot of Black women are losing their positions. They're being forced out of the office. I don't really see too many Black women in offices no more, unless I go to Baltimore, Texas, DC, Atlanta. I guess my thing is, don't Black women realize that they have bigger fights within women's world to be focused on when their own daughters are now fighting their sons for man jobs? I hear Black women talking about, oh, yeah, I want to be a handyman, I want to be a mechanic, and all these man jobs. And don't they realize that, wait a minute, the white...
Wait, Black women are saying that? Yeah. Black women want to be a mechanic?
Yeah, at a high level. Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, a lot of...
Nobody wants to be a mechanic and get dirty and mess up their hair.
Look, they a lot of them are saying that. And I'm not just talking to low-level women either. I mean, mid-level women, they saying that. But I guess my question is, don't they realize that the white women are not fulfilling their part of the feminist bargain? They're not really. I don't know. I'm gonna defer to you. What are your thoughts? Because I'm trying to learn. Because I would just think that Black women should be focused on their children and making sure that their children succeed. You just sent your son to Japan, and I just see so many scenarios where our ladies don't realize that they're being doo-wopped by the system as a whole, and they're being forced back or forced to the outskirts. What is your take on
it? So on feminism?
On white women making sure, okay, let me paraphrase real quick. So back in the days, before the right to vote, Black men really helped Black women stay afloat. When Black men were doctors or dentists, they hired Black women. There was a company called Reed Brooms, owned by Black men. They hired Black women in their factories. So the Black woman was already out earning the white woman, because the white woman was basically stay at home or working in the office. Those are the only 2 jobs they really had. And the Black woman could either be house cleaner or she'd be at these factories. Black men also created Pullman created the first national Black women's economic conference. So Black men were going out of their way to help Black women. In my historical reading, it seems like when Black women got the opportunity for the right to vote, all of a sudden, white women were like, "Oh, we're your friends," and it's all about womanhood. But they wasn't hiring these women at a high level. And now I'm seeing years later, because at one point in time, it was a lot of black women working in the office, manager. I'm seeing less and less of that now. And not just in my thing. I mean, because I travel a lot. So I see state to state. I see less and less of it. I see girls trying to be security guards and girls trying to be, warehouse workers and construction workers. And I just don't understand it. But I'm deferring to you to learn your perspective.
Oh, well, you're not going to learn anything from me because I don't even think women should have to work. I mean, not outside of the home, not outside of some side hustle. And the work that I've done was in commercial real estate, managing property portfolios. And I did that around my family schedule because of how I was grandfathered in with the real estate investors I worked with. So I can't relate because I don't know any women who want to work men's jobs. Most women don't want to move that way. And when I talk to women, because I've had the luxury of being a stay-at-home mom, and like I said, even when I worked in commercial real estate for 12 years, I kept my own hours. I worked from home. I was able to take my baby to work with me into my office. So my experience is not typical, so I can't say. And the women that I'm surrounded with, most of them are stay-at-home mothers. I don't know any of the women you're describing, so I don't know what they're thinking because I've not met these women personally. I would say, I don't know, all I'm gonna say is women, y'all just be inside of the house. I've never met a woman who was working, especially a woman who has recently given birth. I have never met one, not from social worker to, down to, and I'm speaking of women I've literally asked this question to. I asked a social worker all the way down to a woman who was waiting on me and my children at a restaurant who had recently given birth. And I've never met a woman who would say she would prefer to be at work than at home with her child. Most women do these things out of necessity, not out of desire. So I would assume, or I would presume, that if there was a woman who was going after a man's job, it was because she felt with her skill set, it was a way that she could make a living to support herself or her family, which means she doesn't have male protection and headship, so that she can have the luxury, because it is a luxury these days, to be at home doing the job that's best for her to do, which is to raise her children and run a household and not have the same stressors on her life that a man would have, but have the stressors that are appropriate for a woman. So I can't delve into the mind of women who would choose that out of desire, because I don't know any women who would choose a life like that out of desire. Honestly, I don't know any women who, if given a loving man who would provide and be a good leader, I've never met a woman who wouldn't take that deal. I mean, most women I know are chomping at the bit to meet a man that will provide them with the ability to have the life that I have, which is just to be a stay-at-home mother and, make a little money or volunteer her time in places that she's passionate about. I mean, I think that is the dream for most women, honestly. And any woman doing anything but that is doing it for survival's sake and nothing more. I mean, that's all I can contribute, because I don't know. I never met these type of women you're talking about.
Can I tell him? I definitely know what he's talking about. Yeah. I first and foremost, bro, I would say to your first point, I'm glad you said that. That was a strong point you made there. That black women were doing better than white women, before, especially before integration. I want to point out, and I've been saying this on my streams, it's not the black woman's fault. It's the system's fault. The system went after our sisters, beat our brothers and our sisters in the head. And it was these white folks that manipulated us, our political leaders, into taking on policies and legislation that ultimately created a lot of the scenarios that we're dealing with right now. Now even down to like the construction site jobs, bro. Like you right, like I know a lot of sisters, like Irene, I know sisters that got security license and they have their hazmat license, security license, and they got their OSHA license. And they do the traffic work. They get the first job. A lot of the females who are police officers, you know, the police officer was looked at as a male's job. The NYPD is like 1/3 female, or so a major percentage of it is females, and percentage of those females are Black women and or Hispanic women. If you look at a lot of the law enforcement who have high positions on TV, also there are a lot of women now. I think the chief of police in Georgia is, if not mistaken, was a woman. If you look at the Eric Gardner case, the sergeant was a Black woman. If you look at what just happened, I think in Baltimore, there was a Black one. So there's definitely an impregnation of our women inside of what used to be considered male jobs.
But Q, do you think that's because that's their passion, or that's because they're trying to survive? Like they're just trying to get the most money so that they can take care of themselves?
I think that statement, I think that's the reality of the game of chess that we're in, where most of us are stuck in a position of survival. And, you know, often it's funny because Kevin Samuels talks about that a lot, where when a woman is in a position of survival, she tends to become more masculine. And so what we have a lot of women in the community are like, look, I got to take care of myself. I got to do all of this stuff. And then dudes are trying to deal with these sisters and they're like, yo, you mad masculine. And it's like, yo, I got to do all of this stuff for myself. And then the jobs that are available now, they're not gender based. So whoever wants to get the job, come get this $30 an hour, come get this $40 an hour. So, you know, you got sisters working, teaching in schools and doing Uber by themselves or doing construction and stuff. So I definitely.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying is I would presume that women who are engaging in this aren't doing it out of desire. They're doing it out of necessity, because I just don't know any woman who would move like that if they didn't have to.
Well, it depends.
I just don't see that being, I mean, I'm sure it can happen. I just feel like it would be highly abnormal for a woman to be making moves like that if it wasn't out of necessity.
Even if you look at corporate America now, corporate America is being taken over by Black women. And corporate America was largely just for men, white men, and then they would let a couple of Negroes in. But it's straight, Black women are thriving in there now. And
well, I see the reverse, Q Butter. I see Indian women taking a lot of Black women roles. I'm seeing less and less Black women in corporate, and the Indian woman is taking that role. And people don't realize, and this ain't no hate on the Indian woman. The Indian woman gets treated. She's the second worst treated woman I've ever seen in all my travels. Russians are first. The Indian woman gets treated real bad by her men. I mean, hit with sticks, all type of stuff. But they are flag loyal, meaning that if a woman gets in a company, she's bringing her people in at every position she can. Any position comes available, she's trying to get one of her Indian or Pakistani people up in there. And I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, that's how those Indians roll.
Yeah, they roll hard.
For 12 years, they played no games. I was the only Black person, and there was one Jewish two Jew lawyers, and I was only there because the Black dude that they had died, and you know they're hecka religious, and they thought that me being introduced to them right after his death was like a sign, and so I started working with them. But they are you're right. They only really screw with their own. So Mark asks, Irene, why do you believe women should not work and be in the home? So first of all, running a household is work. I think men and women do different types of work, right? And I think a woman's job is to run the house and be a support to the man. And the man's job is to do all the things, bust all the moves we see happening like out and about. And then somebody asked if I am a feminist or a traditionalist. I think I'm a true feminist. Like, feminism to me is Like when I was saying, I asked women about like, wouldn't you rather be at home with your child? You know, I was talking to a social worker and she was talking about she had to go pump her milk in a bathroom. That is something I feel no woman should have to do. Feminism to me is women being able to have the choice to stay home and raise their children versus having to make a choice between eating or surviving or going in and leaving their child or going into the workplace. Feminism to me is not building an industry off of basically supplemental mothers, the daycare industry or the school system, versus having women in the home taking care of and raising their own children. It's funny, it's work when somebody else does it, but when you do it, it's not viewed as work because they're your children. Feminism to me is, you know, women not having to be concerned about if they can get sanitary products. All this like wanting to be paid the same as men and be just like men, I don't understand all that. I don't see anything feminist about that. Right? Feminism would be speaking to our uniqueness as women, the fact that we bear children, the fact that, you know, we make milk, the fact that, you know, our hormonal issues every month that we deal with, like building a society that was cognizant of that and not expecting us to compete with and behave like and do the same things that men are doing. Like, I don't understand that brand of feminism. There's nothing feminist to me about getting your cervix pried open and having a child sucked out. I don't see that that's very loving of women. So I would say when I talk to my midwife, who's an old lady, she said that's the way feminism used to be. It used to really just be surrounded around women's issues, and it got morphed into this weird crap that people are on now, where it's all about women having sex with everybody, getting abortions, and doing men's jobs. So, but technically by today's terms, I would say that I'm very traditional. So, well, I think it's okay to make your own money, goodness. Here's the thing. The women that I know, and even myself, we have passions and we do things. But those things aren't to sustain our livelihood, right? So I know women, like I said, who have this, because this is typically, you know, daycares, maybe they make hair bows and have a little boutique. You know, maybe they love to bake and so they're bakers. You know, I have my YouTube hobby. I like to write. I help over at Ziyex. You know, I know women, they do things, but those things are not required for their survival. It definitely feels good to have money and not have to go to your husband for everything. But that is different than the necessity for you to work to live, right? To work outside of the home and divide your time with your children and not be able to say, you know what, today, I'm not going to do anything but take care of my family, and being able to make that choice. So yeah, I mean, I like having my own money too. I do. It's nice. I like to buy a present that doesn't come, you know, out of the account, right, of my husband. Like that's something I think every woman wants, but not to sustain your livelihood. And I think this idea that women can't be mothers at home and then also have supplemental income just because they want to, and the men appreciate that too. The men like to see their women, their wives at home that have little hustles and to, you know, have a small business or, you know, have something that they're passionate about. Men are very supportive of that. But the freedom is in that you get to do the thing that I think, honestly, most women really want to do, especially after they have children, which is focus on your womanhood, right? Focus on, you know, pairing and being a good partner for your man, and because his progress is your progress. Focus on, you know, ensuring that your children are educated, well cared for, being able to give them that time, not be separated from them for 8 to 12 hours a day. That's a luxury that I think I've always been a stay-at-home mom, but my heart goes out every time I see a woman that has to make those choices. Because I just have really never met a woman that was like, if I had the choice, I would choose to be here right now. I've just never met that woman, because I always ask them when I'm out and about, And they see me, especially when I was in my baby making years, and I'd always have a baby, and they'd be like, "Oh, I just had a baby." And I would just think, wow, isn't it hard, to be here working? Don't you want to be with their baby? And I've never heard a woman say, nah, I'd rather be here working. It's just never happened.
Irene, so I ain't gonna lie. My mother is that. My mother always bragged about how she had her car, her house, she had her job, she had her credit. Like, she didn't have to add me in front of a man. Yet she's been married to my father for 40 years, but she always talked about, like, look, I had my life together before I got with your father. And she always told my sisters, you have to have your life together. Just don't be waiting for no man for you to get your life together.
Well, yeah, I think it's important to be educated and be able to be self-sustaining, but that's just something, like I was saying earlier in the conversation, to build your character so that you can be an asset to your marriage, right? Just like the man is an asset to the marriage. So I definitely think there's something to being self-sustaining. You can't just, live off of air, although ideally you would be able to save money. Like, in a perfect world, women would be able to stay in their parents' home until they were married, or maybe if you had a sister, you guys could move in together. But the bulk of your money would be able to be saved, and that would be your nest egg that you would take into your marriage. That would kind of be like your own money. So I guess I look at it a little bit differently. And Mark was saying, do I think it's a failure for a man not to make enough money for his wife to stay at home? So I don't think when your wife doesn't stay at home, if you're not living off of the government, it's actually cheaper for your wife to stay at home. Daycare is extremely expensive, right? A lot of these things are expensive. To pay somebody to do all the things that your wife could do for free, if she were allowed to stay at home, when you think about it that way, how is it different paying somebody to do something when you literally have a woman that is capable of doing those jobs herself? So I think it's, if you view your wife as an asset, and you view the work that she's doing in the home as real work, because people get paid for that work. But I have to say this, I give very little leeway to men, because I always go to my uncle Donnie, who ran a business, right? So he ran a business, and he also, in addition to running his business, he worked a job, and has paid, my cousin's, way through college. His wife is a stay-at-home mother. I know she takes little jobs here and there, especially now that the kids are older, that's something that gives her pleasure. But, my point is, I've never known a man who is an immediate relative of mine who just didn't grind so that his wife could always be there to manage things for him. And I think also, when your wife is stay at home, it allows you to do more things. Your wife ends up being your personal assistant, ends up being your executive assistant, right? Ends up doing all of those things. So I think that's about, like, managing assets. So do I think it's a failure? I don't know if it's a failure, but I think definitely if you can't sustain a family, then maybe you don't need to be married.
I think
Maybe until you can.
I think the issue a lot of times is we as guys have to really vet who comes into our circle. That's just really what it's about. Because a lot of times is, when you're interacting with women as a guy, you got to establish what you're doing and how that person fits. And the truth of the matter, a lot of women have to unlearn some of the things they hear out there from their friends, from their whoever. And guys have to unlearn that as well. And it's kind of weird for me, because, like I always say, I'm not a super wealthy person, but I got responsibility and I got legacy. So I don't want to have somebody come in and they got combative intentions. I don't need all that, so that's how I look at it.
Hey, quick little side note. Hey, Irene, what were you over there smacking on just now?
I told you I made 3-bean chili, like with turkey. It's a little spicy because I licked a chili pepper. It was hot, so I couldn't tell what the other chili peppers were like. So I was kind of going blind, gauging like how much chili peppers to put in. But that's what I'm eating. I'm eating 3-bean chili because I'm up.
Yeah, because every other word you were.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was like literally talking and eating at the same time. I'm like so into it.
Yeah, I was like, it must have been good.
I didn't want to give you guys a mukbang. I was like, you guys could watch me eat this, but I turned my camera off so that I could eat it myself. But yeah, anyway, that's what I was eating.
Yeah. And I've been quiet for the conversation, like this being the conversation, because I do have a bit of a headache. That and this is one of the one situations I would say I don't have enough experience on, so I would defer this topic because the only experience I have with a woman like absolutely wanting, like hands down, to work is with like my first girlfriend, but she was a very odd case because she's like, okay, she's I guess like an octoroon or something like that. And I don't know if she's an octoroon or not.
That's white.
Yeah, like, okay, she can definitely pass for white. But, well, she tans herself now. Like, she tans herself a lot now to, just look like a light skin. But when I first met her, like, if it wasn't for her curly hair, I wouldn't have known, like, that she was black. Well, she had curly hair and hazel eyes. And hazel eyes is like you have to be black to have it.
Oh, she's an octoroon. She's white. She's not black.
Something like that. But basically, she is as white as they come, like personality wise. But she liked to watch a lot of like Real Housewives and stuff. So while like if you have a conversation with her, she would be like, and when you like to go to the mall, like she would talk like that in her everyday. But she also had this bit of I'm gonna get my money and this and that and the other this and that and other type of thing, which I'm gonna be honest is pretty hot. But anyway, so yeah, like that's probably the only context, and I don't know how much of that is her like absorbing the Real Housewives type mentality or what, because she started working within like the last 3 or 4 months, like an actual full-time job, own her own apartment, and I'm not sure that she's enjoying that as much as she did whenever she was in college and had like a part-time job.
Is this the same girl?
Oh no.
That's a different one. I told you he's very female focused because I've been talking to him for years and he's got a girl. Every conversation is a new chick he's talking about.
Well, I mean, let him play.
Yeah,
but well, I mean, okay, I'll say like this though, because I have a lot of women that are interested in me, but because of how religious I am, I don't just entertain a bunch of women, if that makes any sense.
I have a lot of women interested in me, and you will barely hear me talk about it.
I mean, I guess it's different when you're younger, but because it's like
there's somebody with no legs that has a partner. So at this point, I don't think we can give ourselves any back pats for people wanting us because everybody can get somebody these days. There is somebody for everybody.
Yeah, because it's not like I'm one of those types of guys that are like, oh, I banged this girl or this and that and the other. Like, I'm not that type of guy. Like, when I talk about a woman, like I said, before I even think about talking to a woman, I see what she's working with, if that makes any sense. Like, how smart is she? How much do I think that she'll fit into my plan, my great plan or whatever. So if I talk about a girl, it's not necessarily like, this woman is just, oh yeah, she's hot. It's like I'm talking about a woman because it's like I'm thinking that she could be something more, if that makes any sense.
But she can't be, because you still need to go to graduate school. You're leaving. What are you about to take her with you? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're not in a position to even be worried about that right now.
We've long since stopped dating. No, we're like we're friendly now. We talk to each other every now and then, which is why I'm not sure how like happy she is at the work, because she has said something along the lines of, "Oh, this is a really stressful job and this and that and the other. Like, it's a lot of work." She has said stuff like that, but I don't know if that's like an indication of how happy she is.
Goodness rated, yes. The turkey chili, it was bomb. And I made sweet cornbread to go with it. And I was talking earlier, that I made a cream cheese blueberry pound cake with lemon cream cheese frosting. Ugh. Man, and nothing has survived. All of it is gone. I just had a tiny little like bowl of chili, and that was all that was left, and the whole cake is gone. So good.
Wait. I just read the chat, and I wanted to make a joke to Ox. But I kind of want to link him a video, but I'm not gonna link a video because it's hard enough to, click a link in the chat and not get diverted from the video, so I'm not gonna do that. But the joke was gonna be like, I'll make 7 figures, and
no, I didn't eat all that just now. I just ate the chili. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm talking to the chat instead of typing. I apologize. No, I didn't eat all that just now by myself. I just had a little bowl of chili because the cake is gone. Like, if I bake anything, it does not last long around here because the kids are crazy.
But yeah, I was making a joke because he was like, Dark thinks he's got gift to women. And the joke was saying, I make 7 figures and I have a 7-inch cock. But anyway, I was going to send him a video, which is from that favorite game that I always talk about, that I was talking about yesterday. The final boss becomes a god. And one of the most quoted, this is probably one of the most quoted game quotes in video game history. The final boss says, I'm a god. How could you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. How could you be so naive? And so that's the first thing I think of whenever somebody says something along the lines of being conceited and all that other stuff. Because I think that that's just hilarious to send to people. Because whether or not I think it, I think it's just funny to see the reaction to it.
You know what? None of us may be God's gift to anybody, but I'll say this. You will have a woman, well, really, this applies to men because men really fight over women, but you can have a man that is broke, lives on the streets, he could be on drugs, and there will be 2 women willing to tear each other's eyes out over him. So, as long as we're living this kind of life,
Mark,
everybody's a gift to somebody, it seems.
Hey, Mark, did you get that where that reference was coming from though? Mark says, "I'm a true gamer."
I could not be with a man that played video games. Like, me personally. I know it's like a younger person's thing, but that would get on my nerves. Like, that's like it's a weird standard to have, but I don't know. I couldn't do it. But you're fine because you're young.
Oh yeah. Well, video games, honestly, I don't think that they're the same as they used to be, like Atari, like giant arcades and all that other stuff. They're definitely not the same. Like, video games are like the next
Were you even born when Atari was out?
Huh?
I thought Atari stopped being a thing like in the 80s. You weren't even around.
Slick.
You were, right?
Because I've been around. I've played on Ataris.
Oh, do you like somebody had an old school Atari?
Yeah, like I'm from.
I was about to say because I'm pretty sure you were like not even in anybody's womb.
Well, because
Atari
I'm from Louisiana. So Louisiana's always been like 20, 30 years behind the times. So it's like when something gets somewhere, when New York or California gets something, it takes us like a good 20, 30 years to get it. And not as much now, but like in the early 90s. I mean, not in the early 90s, in the late 90s and the early 2000s, that was pretty much the case. So we still had like movie theaters and stuff like that who had Ataris in the lobby, or like what is it called? Like like Chuck E. Cheese's, not Chuck E. Cheese's, but like those kinds of places, like like
That's like video game arcades.
Yeah, like those types of things. They still had Ataris and all that other stuff.
Shout out to Big Doug and Mr. Magoo's Castle.
But yeah,
Duck Hunt. I really like that game.
But yeah, my first game console, and this is a bit of a tangent. My first game console was an N64. Yeah, N64.
I don't know what that is.
It's a really old game console from like the late 80s, early 90s.
If I were to play a game today, I would play Push Push, which is a puzzle game, or I would play Tetris.
I used to play Tetris.
And if I really wanted to touch my inner child, I would play like Super Mario. I gotta go to bed though, y'all. I'm old. I can't do this any longer. Yes, Push Push. It's like a puzzle game. I love that game. It's like much harder than Tetris. You push the blocks. And I think you're trying to like escape. It's been decades since I've played it, but I like that game. I'm very old school because I even like before there were game consoles, there were games that I used to like to play, but y'all won't know anything about those, so we won't talk about them. So
now
anyway,
I'm curious.
No.
Oh.
So with that said, now you're curious.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, let's see. How far back can I think? Like old computer games.
I would know a bit about them because Elder Scrolls.
You know, a game that I like my kids to play that's a very old school game is Oregon Trail.
Oh,
that's like a really good game for children.
That's hard.
And yeah, I love that game. And it's so good for children. You can still find it, but it won't play on every computer. But it was like literally my daughter learned the word poisonous because, you'd go pick food and then it would say poisonous. And I was like, that word is poisonous. So don't pick foods when it says poisonous. And she'd be like, poisonous, poisonous. Number Munchers. That's a good game for kids. That's like an old school game that you can get if you have a computer old enough to play it. Anyway.
Wait. 1 second. Can I do like one or two game suggestions first before we leave? Okay, so if we're going off of old computer games, there's this one called Evo, The Search for Eden, and there's like a game that came before that. Those are very interesting games. And of course, because in true Bethesda fashion, I have to mention the Elder Scrolls Daggerfall. Elder Scrolls Daggerfall was the game that came before Morrowind. But Daggerfall and Morrowind are both mostly text-based. So I really got as good with English as I did because as a kid I played a lot of old school video games. And I really think that all kids should play like old school video games. Like I used to play like Game Boy Advance games, like old school Game Boy games, and like I said, Elder Scrolls, which is a text-based RPG. So I learned how to read basically for that. But so, and I'm sorry, I might have to cut off my part of the conversation here because my headache has advanced.
I'm going to bed, y'all. I don't know why we're up, but I know that we all need to go to sleep. Okay, so good night to all of us. Yeah, we've been here for like 5 hours, Cass.
Oh,
We all need to go to bed. I'm old and decrepit. This is way past my bedtime. I know I need to be asleep. So good night, y'all.
Good night.
And, I enjoyed this chill session. It was a true chill session. And I needed this. So I'm so glad that you guys joined me because it's been a while since we had one.
Also, wait, you're a girl from Louisiana or Los Angeles, Ox? That and wait, I wanted to ask that because LA is the abbreviation for Louisiana, so it's hard to know if it's Louisiana or Los Angeles.
Are you starting a whole nother conversation?
Oh no, she just said something and I wanted to. Okay.
Oh, she said LA.
Okay, Ox. We'll see you guys next time.
You've been here for 2 hours. Goodness rated. Thank you so much. Let's pass out, y'all.
$99. Jeez. Send you a
Yeah,
plate?
she's-
What kind of plate? Now that we're leaving, everyone's asking me stuff.
I know. We're going though. Good night, y'all.
All right. See you.